I'm amazing. I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Oh, what the hell? Oh, he killed me. I'm getting brutally slaughtered. No, that was an accident. No, that was an accident. That was an accident. Oh, was that a triple collapse? Get up! No! Ah! No! Get up! Get up! No! Oh! No! Why this happened to me? Oh! What did I do? It's an accident. Oh, what? What? Why? Why? What? I hate this game. I freaking hate this game. Oh, I fell. I did the water bucket thing. I did the water bucket thing.
Nice.
Don't touch him. No!
Last Pokemon left, and our full team still with us. The nerves were high, but seeing that it was a Torkoal gave us some relief.
Torkoal. I changed to the wrong guy. Hydro pump the hell out of him. Let's go!
Just like that, we defeated the champion of the Hoenn region in our first ever Pokemon Nuzlocke.
Yo, Oh, I unmuted myself. Let's go. What's up, guys? Oh, you see? It lets me test stuff and I still forgot to add something. How you doing, Brandino? Long time no see. What's up, Diego? What's up, Nathan? How are you guys doing? No words on stream right now, don't worry. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot to add the actual game. Because I'm retarded sometimes. This is the... What number run is this? This is a quite... We have 7 resets, so this is the 8th run. Jesus. I think. 8th run, yeah. Boom. Let me just add it real quick. And then I'll read chat. Na 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 na. I'm trying to make it like perfect. I can't. I wish I could put one measurement and it just keeps that measurement every time, but it doesn't work that way because it's racist. There we go. It's kind of fixed. Okay. Finally ready. Jesus. Yo. What's up? Yo, yo, yo. Today, I'm hoping that it'll be good, but we'll see how it goes. I've been editing the leaf green
Monkey do bad.
video.
Monkey
That video.
do very bad.
Monkey do bad? Why? That video should come out soon. By the end of the week. I'm hoping Friday, but it might come out Saturday or Sunday.
Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
Monkey do very good, exactly. Monkey is amazing. So Ross is calling me monkey. I mean, what? What's up, though? How you doing, Diego? How's life? How's school? Escuela, as they say in Spanish. You should add back the IQ. Where would I put it, though? I don't know where to put it on the screen. I could add it back, but where would I put it, you know? I'm Mexican, so I'm the actual monkey. Okay, well, you said it, not me, so I can't get canceled. I can't get canceled. Yeah, but I'm brown. So I win. I love the song. Do you know what anime this is from? Right before I left Japan, I sang the song in karaoke with people. And we were all like singing it together, and it was a beautiful moment. It's from Code Geass. Sigalith. Ninetales. And Chespin, an actual starter. I think I have to choose Ninetales, because I think if... What is it? Grass, water, fire, usually? So it says the chimp Pokemon, so this would be fire. Penguin is water, fire, water, and grass. Fire, water, grass. Grass, fire, water. So if I pick water, he's gonna pick this one. Okay, let's go with Chespin. I want an actual starter for once, because that would be actually cool. Let's name him... Chest. I'm very creative. You see? Oh, okay, I was right. He did pick that one. Okay, good. Aladdin was a starter. True. But Aladdin is dead. Aladdin was a starter. It's so weird because the first or second run is always really good. Like in every Nuzlocke challenge I do. The first one we beat it. Oh, Basculin would be cool to have. I don't actually like this song much. It repeats itself way too much. That's better. But Yeah, Aladdin was good. But then after, like, except the first one, the last Nuzlocke and this Nuzlocke, it's like, it's just so hard and annoying. Well, it's not annoying. Like, it gets annoying sometimes. Having to restart all the time. Let's buy more Pokeballs. Buy 9. We'll buy 3. And we always need to buy antidotes. And I think that's fine.
Monkey do bad. Monkey do very bad.
What's up, doctor? How are ya? Reset number 7. What will we catch? Oh, a Gengar? Hell yeah, if we could catch it. Wait, does Chest have any moves? Oh, he does. Okay, cool. Hypnosis? You piece of shite. Oh, what an annoying Pokemon. Wake up. Ooh. Let's find what Stop hypnosising me, and he doesn't miss. Let's try to catch you. Come on, Gengar, come on! Join the team! Let's go! First try. Wow, indeed. What do we name her? Any suggestions? This is looking good. We got a Gengar and a Chespin. An actual starter. I mean, we had Aladdin, as you said, but still. This might be a good run, right? I'm feeling it, too. Let's not jinx it, though. Name it Genie. Ooh, and that could be a throwback to Aladdin. Oh, that's smart. Yeah, let's name it Genie. I like that a lot. He looks like a genie, and it's like Gengar. Yes! Okay. Now we just have to be smart and not play stupid. We could still catch one more Pokemon before versing our rival. Let's catch something here. What are we getting? A Chimicho. 37 Reborn. I don't know if I really want this since we have Gengar, but we'll try to catch you. Oh, critical hit. Oh, we should be able to catch you now, though. What should we name Chimicho? Chimico. I don't know how to pronounce this Pokemon's name. Oh, really? Really, bro? Really? You're level 4. Don't get ahead of yourself. Really? How I caught a Gengar in one try? Bruh. Alright, I'm not gonna die to a stupid Chimicho. Can't escape? Oh, he doesn't let me escape. I'll waste one potion, okay? He has confusion, which is actually really good early on. So let's actually try to catch you. Come on, I'm A-Bing on my keyboard. ZX, ZX. It's not working. Stop confusing me. Ooh, I should have healed. I should have healed. I should have healed. Oh my god, this is actually the most annoying freaking Pokemon in the world. I'm not even trying to attack you. Why are you growling me? Bro, like, how? How? Oh my god, thank god. I have to fast forward. Well, that cost me like 10 Pokeballs. You better be worth it. What do I name you? If we have Genie, and we have our starter, which I named Chest. Nice though, yeah. It is nice that we ended up getting him. Ooh, let's just name you Echo, because that's part of your name. I'm very non-original when it comes to many things in life. Okay. Should we buy more Pokeballs? We got 5. We went down all the way to 5 Pokeballs. Yeah. Oh, we can't afford Pokeballs. We're going to beat our rival and then buy more. Let's heal up for now. And we'll train them. Technically, chests should be fine, but we'll just train them. I'm not taking any risks. Why couldn't you give me a Feraligatr instead? There we go. Can you kill him on your own, Genie? Ooh, he water gunned you. Maybe not. Hey, there we go. Ooh, Luxio. Luxio is awesome. We lost with a pretty... Hey, Mac, what's up? Sorry, I'm late. Lost track of time. No worries. Reading manga? Nice. Which manga are you reading? Manga. Booty ba ba boo ba body booty boo bee boo body boo. Whoa! What the hell? Let me run away. Oh my god. Did you guys see that? I almost died. It's a sonic boom. This is why randomizers are so freaking scary. If I run into Magneton, we're just running away. Nah. Oh, thank god. Oh, I could just lick it right away, cause since I'm faster. Ha! Tried to double slap me. Ooh, Tokyo Ghoul, nice. That was close. Oh, don't spoil it. Actually, I don't care too much about Tokyo Ghoul. I watched like the first 10 minutes, and I was like, bro, this show is so... 10 minutes. I watched like the first 10 episodes, and I was like, bro, this song is scary. I don't like it. Not scary, but the show is like, yeah, it's kind of scary, you know? I don't like that. Gengar is Ghost Poison, dies to Ghost, Dark, and Psychic. What a poopy head, bro. He's gonna die to a lot of Psychic types. Na 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 na. Confusion. I thought Confusion would do more. My friend landed me the first one. Ping getting scared by a show. Nah. I wasn't sorry. Sometimes I can't think. It wasn't. Wait, why is the death counter at 2? We have 0 deaths. I wasn't scared of it. I was just very, like, it made me feel, like, sad and, like, depressed. And it brought, like, sad emotions. So I was like, I don't want to watch this. It's, like, depressing, that show. I like shows that aren't depressing, you know? That's why I was a big fan of, well, shows that aren't depressing. Oh, you stupid wiggly tough. Get out of my face. And one of my friends lended me the first one. Oh, cool. And one of the parts thing had me hard. You got hard? Jesus. Well, it is not November, so you just gotta be careful there. Nathan, you were never gone. Nah, he just went to chill for a second. Astonish should be super effective here. Let's go. I'm a genius. Confusion is so powerful that I could rely on it for some time now. I want them all to be around the same level. Yes, for Alligator. That's exactly what I wanted. Oh, good run, good run, good run. Once we get our... Oh, he learned rollout? Let's go. What the hell? Once we get our next Pokemon, I'll put them on the overlay. I was just hitting a vape. Come on, bro. I was in a fight. Jesus, what's up, Angel? With my dad. I'm just normal ass NPC. I feel like I'm a normal NPC too. Like you guys talking about getting shanked, getting hit by a knife. By the way, did you get that the liver thing? The not liver, the kidney thing, Angel? A girl was getting mad kinky with that tentacle shit. That's hot. Anyway, let's verse our rival. He got Sigilyphops. What is Sigilyphops? Sigilyphops weakness. Dark Ice Ghost Electric Rock. Okay, he dies to quite a lot. We'll use starter against starter here. Because why not? This is this is super effective. Oh my god. He almost killed me with super effective move. That could have been bad. That could have been really bad. Never trust internet people. So never trust any of you guys, and you should not trust me. Jesus. Jesus. Jesus.
Not yet. That's next Monday on Monday. Next week on Monday. Oh. How you feeling though? Let's get some more balls in case there's like a. And I have no money. Great. Can I pickpocket for money? Is there any way to get money before the next Pokemon? Nope. Oh, I could sell items. Let's sell a potion. Let's buy a Pokeball. Hey, that could be the difference of catching Pokemon or not. So I'm scared I might fail. You still haven't failed? Well, you're still pretty young. You do that stuff? I don't remember when I started. You have a sub tier? You do. I'm still have internal bleeding, but fine. Is internal bleeding okay? Like, you say it as if like it's fine. That seems crazy to me. What are we getting? What are we getting? Ooh, Tyrantrum. I don't know what to think about that, to be honest. What's my starter called again? All Starters Pokemon. I forgot what his stupid name is. Chespin or something, right? Chespin? Chestnut. No, that's a food. Chespin, weakness. I don't remember if he's... I feel like he's not just a grass. Oh, he is just a grass. Oh. That's kind of a sucky, but okay. Let's tackle you. Don't... Oh, he did not die. Jesus, that did a lot of damage. Don't kill yourself, bro. We're just gonna go for the Pokeball right away here. All my friends are always so horny and I hate it. Okay. I mean, as long as they're not horny with you, right? Stop smashing me in the head. Jesus, this guy's gonna have head trauma. Flamingo. Let's put a potion on you. I'm not taking any... And then he tackles. I'm not taking any risks. Chestnut in your ass? Jesus. You have a field trip tomorrow? Nice. White Bluff? What does that mean? I forgot. What school do you go to if you... Oh. I was like, what does that mean? And then I understood it. Come on, Pokeball. Yes. Yes. Let's go. We actually caught him. Tyrantrum. What do we name him? It's level 9 suck. I think he's just a rock. Oh, he's a rock dragonin? What the hell? Tyrantrum. Jesus, he dies to a lot. He dies to ice, fighting, steel, ground, fairy, dragon. I don't know if I want you, bro. We got Tyrantrum. We got our starter, which is a grass type. And we got some other people. Hey, hat. You going to field trip too? Cool. Where y'all going? Let's get chicken. I know you like chicken. You like chicken, right? Oh my god. What do we name him, guys? What do we name Tyrantrum? This is our last run, so. Chicken hat, I know it. Now that I think of it, God Monkey is kind of like the Avatar cycle. Yes, it is. The next God Monkey takes over from the last one. That's true. I don't know about all the elements, but... hell nah, Kaneki on that cannibal shit. I don't even know what that means. Name it Turkey? Fine. We'll name it Turkey. Turkey, welcome to the team. Okay, we got a psychic guy. We got a ghost guy, ghost poison guy. So we got a guy that psychic dies to ghost and dark, and then this other guy dies to ghost. Wait, psychic doesn't die. Psychic always confuses me because it's built different. You know what I mean? It's weak against. Dark, ghost, and bug. Wait, dark, ghost, and bug. I always forget bug kills psychic. Dark Ghost and Bug. Dark Ghost and Bug. So we got Dark Ghost and Bug, and then we got this guy who dies to Ghost, Dark Ghost and something else. and Psychic. Okay. So hard to remember. Name him No Nut. Too late, my bad. I'm going to the reality store is what it's called. What's there? Reality? Main character in the manga is Kaneki. Oh. So I don't even remember. Kaneki! You're going to the mall? How is a field trip going to the mall? That's so weird to me. Oh my god, look at his head. Jesus, you look like a weirdo. Anyway, what should we, He's weak to literally everything, so... Let's change to chest. And just Vine Whip. Vine Whip. Come on, for alligator, let's go. I want types that aren't weak to much, so I don't forget, you know? We could also just keep him around for later. That hat is making me hard. What the hell? That's interesting. I have nothing to say to that. Like, literally nothing. Let's just add the new Pokemon we got. So our starter is Chespin. Okay. He's so brown here. Our second guy is... What do we got? We got Gengar. Okay. A little big. I have to pay attention to their special attack and special defense. I assume Gengar has more special attack. Our third guy was Chimecho. Alright. And fourth, we don't have yet. I can't focus. It's like a future thing? What? Furry. I failed. I didn't fail. It's only if I bust the nut. You're getting hard by an animal-based object. That's kind of furry-like. Angel, stop making things awkward. Jesus Christ. Stupid! Stupid! Let's go with Chimecho. Let's see what Chimecho can... Oh! Volcanion. That's an annoying Pokemon. Isn't that like a newish-ish Pokemon? Oh, he was from Gen 6. I'm an idiot. I don't really remember him. Ground and Electric kills him. Do I change him to Turkey? Wait, Turkey? Yeah, Turkey. You need to do something. Flare Blitz. What the hell? It's a crazy move to have. Head Smash. Let's go. Turkey be smashing his head. But it's worth it. Alright, now time for chest to end it all. And boom! We got an Eviolite. Ooh, Eviolite is good. It raises both defense and defense. We'll give it to chest since chest hasn't evolved yet. Legendary Pokemon. Angel? Yeah, Angel is Call of Duty. That's not my fault. It's Diego's fault. He is a water type, I think. Oh, yeah, I don't think so. Swirlix, what the hell? Ooh, a Grotolo. Look at these starters. Oh my god, you're right. Legendary Pokemon moment. Another legendary Pokemon moment, I mean. The Kinky Ho is back. You gotta watch it, then you're gonna get really excited. And you're gonna ruin the thing. I was thinking Confusion's either gonna do really good or really bad here. Okay, Lick. Lick. We got so lucky he didn't wake up. That could have been bad. Hey, mean look. A Golbat would be cool to get. Noibats are cool too. Ooh, a Sharpedo. Never be a Sharpedo if you know what I mean. Sharpedo, you get it? Like Pedo. I don't know. This song's too slow. Too slow. I need to change my playlist back up. Change playlist. Susume, Susume. I just gotta add some more non-Japanese songs and get rid of the slow songs. I have a Pokemon of him. Oh, cool. If you catch another legendary Pokemon, name it Assassin, like Killer. Well, Killer's name was Killer because it killed our guy. It killed Aladdin, right? So, it like fit the name. Hit Hypnosis. Let's go. Oh, he's only level 3. Na, na, na. Oh, this song's great. Wow, Journus? What the hell? Oh, the Pokemon is so sexy, but really? Oh, what do you have that Pokemon for, bro? Oh, not a stupid Wynot. No, we're making you go to sleep. There we go. Jesus, I can't move 1 inch without any Pokemon popping up. Like I said, if man has an end, then girls should have no finger February. True. Oh, I forgot about Zip Zap. Ooh, Noivern would be so good to have. So cool to have. I like this song. I used to really like this song. I used to be able to play a bit of this on piano. Crossing Field, the best SAO. Yeah, probably. I think that's fair to say. Clefairy's pretty weak. So we're just gonna... We should have bought more potions. Hey, first try! Guys, I'm sorry. This Pokemon has to be called Fairy, because I said she will always be Fairy. It's just a thing. Gomen Nasai. Na 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 na. Oh, we caught Clefairy and one oh, there is an ad. Sorry about the ad. 2 ads. Aw. Tell me when your ads end. Well, I guess you can't hear me. Oh, dead. Benetti. You're still getting me the hot tub for my balls. I don't want the fleshlight. Ads are random, I think. Jungle P? Is that from One Piece? Let's go. Oh, it didn't kill him in 1 shot. That was actually a bit scary. Alright, let's put our starter up first. And let's just own. Fine Whip. Ooh, Bite. Get out of here, Tackle. Oh, I didn't look at what the next Pokemon was. That was bad. Let's go. Let's go. Stupid rocker. Starfberry. Oh, Melodic. Rosary. These are good Pokemon. Please overtrain your Pokemon. I know, right? I have to finish this Nuzlocke already, or at least get past the part I was at before. I want to start a Shiny Lock. I'm excited to start a Shiny Lock, you know? I hope this is the One Piece opening. You're getting both the hot tub for your balls and the fleshlight and the lube with it. You know what? I'll take it, because then I can sell it for those big bucks, you know what I mean? We could only buy 3 Pokeballs, are you serious? Let's sell a potion. It's because of stupid Chimicho ruined everything. Let's go try to catch someone. Hey, what's up, Mr. Cortez? I nodded to my window. Oh. That's interesting. I can say that I've never done that. It is the One Piece intro. I haven't heard this in years. I love it. A Wurmple. I guess we need someone with cut, so if you survive and you can learn cut. If you don't get caught, I'm running away. I'm not wasting more Pokeballs. We still have one more route. Let's go, okay. Hey, what's up, Rosquila? Nodded to your window. Listen, it happens to the best of us. Let's name this Wurmple Rosquila. No, that's mean. We're never gonna use it. Your name's gonna be useless. Because that's what you are. Oh, I guess I should have named it what you guys wanted me to... Whatever. So live Zach and Cody. Yo, I haven't heard that in a long time. That's your favorite opening? Look into opening 14 or 15. I really like that one from One Piece. That's my favorite. I could play it a bit on piano too. It's Danny DeVito. Yeah. Okay, last Pokemon of the day, baby. A Deerling. I don't know what to think of that. Not of the day. Last Pokemon of the... whatever. Just get caught? Get caught. Hey, we caught a deer. What are we naming him? Diego said something to name them. I'm scrolling up. Oh, another legendary, he said. Oh, yeah. It's not a legendary. We'll name you Deer! In all caps. Wait, why was he sent to the PC? Did we already have 6 Pokemon? No way. Oh my god. We actually have 6 Pokemon. What the hell? That's crazy. Oh, it's because I forgot about Tantrum. Okay, we could get rid of Wurmple now. That's pretty cool. Let's get... Oh, Dusknoir would be cool, but let's get Tyrantrum, man. Alright, we got... Oh, look at that big boy. And then we'll get, Deer. I don't know how good Deerling is. Wait, which form is this? This is... There's different forms. I have the different forms. Oh, this is the normal one. Okay. Hey, look at that team. Look at that frickin' team, baby. Na, 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 na. Speaking of One Piece, I gotta catch up to my anime. I'm gonna watch my anime tonight, maybe. I gotta catch up to a lot of anime. I'm not gonna train everyone this time, because that's gonna take forever. I'm only gonna train a few of them. And then use experience share later. Damn, y'all putting a lot of music on. Hey, one man. I lost my Serpod for a bit. What's a Serpod? Most of the time, you and me, I don't see, so come on now. How do I remember this? Oh my god. Wait, you can sing it in Japanese, Mac? The Japanese song? Share the World is pretty good too, yeah. I am ready. Angel, I'm ready for the hot tub for my balls. Tired of the mess. I will never watch One Piece. I don't blame you, it's very long. Quit anime? Why would I quit anime? But you could read One Piece. I think that's fine. Yeah, I gotta catch up to One Piece too. Banned. Oh, AirPod? Is this the donkey thing? We're gonna overtrain now. I can't. DK Donkey Kong. DK Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong. Oh my god, an Azelf. Imagine we caught that. He bigger, faster. EJ Crew. Ah! This should be our anthem. Because Monkey, God Monkey. Did I call it DK Donkey? I might have. Donkey Kong. Oh, I didn't even know that was an emote. What is it? What is that called? Monkagun? Oh, I thought it was a camera. You'll have to send me your address. I said I'm gonna set up a PO box, but please don't send me that. Lottie ass. What's with all these legendaries? DK Kong. Watching One Piece is like selling your soul to a show. Yes, and I've done that. Just say donkey and stops. What? And stop? But he says DK Sports to the game. He says something else too, no? Jesus, head smash is so good. He just smashes his head. What? Why you go to those eyes? Yo, imagine you do those eyes and they go in place of my eyes. Wouldn't that be cool? Alright, we're gonna train everyone to level 1 billion. Because I'm an idiot when it comes to video Pokemon games. Whee! Ooh, you're trying to learn Stomp. Finally. A better move. OnlyFans. Do you get wide people? People sad? Wide people sad? Why are you sad? You should be happy. The DK crew. Wait. Ah! What the hell? He almost killed my Chimicho. With relative ease. I like to do pee. Pee. A Dragonair, baby? Are you kidding me? I freaking love Dragon. Ooh, a berry. Let's go. Take it to the fridge, baby. Astonish. Why come it's not working? Try again. I don't know. Me out here wanting only haters. Listen, you could go on OnlyFans and you don't have to watch that type of stuff, you know? With a Poke Rap, let's go.
Hello, thank you for stopping by Ping Pong's stream, but remember to check out the best streamer of all time, Cirisquilla999.
Cirisquilla, yeah, check out Cirisquilla. He plays Terraria, and he's cool. They are what you mean. I couldn't see it either. I don't know why OnlyFans didn't work. I would say try it again. Ping, are you a whammon? I wish I was a whammon. I mean, I'm not a whammon, no. Oh, I ran into you by accident. Women have it so easy. Their lives are so much easier. Oh, Jesus. That was like karma. I made a stupid joke and then I died by it. It's stupid thunderous comes. He dies to ice and rock. Turkey, you know what to do. Let's go. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Pokemon. Pokemon. I'm gonna stun it. Oh, I'm gonna confusion you. Terraria is the best game ever. I love your Squilla. Wow. Wow, indeed. Why does it say connecting to chat? Did my internet just break? Please. Please. Okay, my YouTube loaded, so... my internet is not broken. What's all this whale stuff? Nathan, no, I want to kill myself. Oh, okay, it works now. Nathan, yes. I had to read the chat from the thing. Why you want to kill yourself? What happened, bro? Articuno Jinx. Did they just say Parasite Mexican? They didn't say that, right? Hey, thanks for the hoodrate, bro. Appreciate it. You guys like that? Don't shake up those lips. Don't tell me what to do with my lips. The hell? It's kind of messed up. You just shat yourself? Listen, it happens to some people. It happened to me when I was in kindergarten. My friend told me it happened to him when he was in 3rd grade. He pooped in his pants, okay? And he's, you know, and he's getting a lot of money now. So
that's
he's
sad.
Successful. Oh, I forgot I have bite. Gotta get it, Jamal. If you get a monkey Pokemon, name it Mexican. I don't want to get canceled. But if I was Mexican, I would. I'll promise you that. If I catch Pokemon that has, like, money, I'll name it Jewish Man or something. If I remember. I'm gonna leave when that god-awful Me song comes up. I can't do this again. Aww. Listen, you'll only have to hear it once, and then we'll skip it every other time. Maybe I'll even ban it. Nah, I won't ban it. That is sad. Wait, did the TTS TTS or it didn't TTS? If it didn't, I apologize, and I'll go, that's sad. There you go. I'll let you slurp. No, I don't want to do that, Angel. No. You would be like the perfect person to go into a... What is this song? Oh, it worked. It did. It did, tits. I would be you would be Angel. You would be the perfect person to be like an undercover cop, seeing if like streamers would, you know, you would be the perfect person to find pedo streamers. You would go into people's streams and say all this crazy stuff until one of them actually responds, and then you're like, what the hell? And then you report them to the FBI. Anyway. Ping, for me, in honor of us Mexicans. Yeah, you might say it's in honor of Mexicans. I don't know if everyone would agree to that. I agree with this. Ayaya is next. Oh god. Can I get my points back? Why did it not work? Yeah, sure, I think that's fair. Yo! What is this version? It's the side. I gave you your points back. Totally not me. Federal Boogerland. What? What does that mean? We're gonna train him to level like 1 billion, bro. I'm over leveling you to hell, bro. To hell and back. I'm not taking any freaking risks this time. Nah, I think that's good enough. I don't want to over level him too much. Did anyone buy it? No, I wanted to buy it. I'll buy it if there's people to play with. I'll put a reminder. I put a reminder in the past, but I removed the reminder. It looks kind of... Make chest evolve. Evolves at what level? 16? Mario Party. I might wait for Black Friday before... Ooh, that's a great idea, actually. I think I'll wait till Black Friday to buy Mario Party and to buy a thing for my mic. Because my mic is like, I have to do this to talk to you. You know? I'll buy something for the desk so I could just kind of, you know, like those professional people do. My friend had it and it was pretty boring. Saying because I don't want to pay full price. Yeah, I don't want to pay full price either. They brought back the best mini games. My friend had it and it's pretty boring. Yeah, I think it could be fun with the right people. But it's not a game that you play for hours and hours and hours, you know? I saw the leveling was super broken and someone got 53 levels from a single game. Oh. Do you think they're gonna fix it? Ooh, Leech Seed. Let's get rid of Growl. Ooh, you could Mega Evolve in this game. We could actually Mega Evolve Chest. Right? I think he no, I don't think he Mega Evolves, actually. That's kind of annoying. Come on, you're a starter. Every starter should be able to Mega Evolve. I don't think he has a Mega Evolution. I thought he did, but now I'm thinking he doesn't. Leveling doesn't do anything, though? Oh. Oh, so I guess it doesn't matter, then. Yeah, actually, what would leveling be for? Yo, Aladdin would have... Yeah. Aladdin, we would have had, I think he had an X on him. Let's go! Chest is evolving! Let's go! It's what level does he not listen to me, though? Look at him, this cute little guy in his little hoodie. I don't know. What is he in? Qualadin. It's like Aladdin, Qualadin. That's cool. Aladdin would have mega evolved, yeah. Especially when it's capped. Yeah, but it took like a minute or two straight of just leveling up after every game. Your chest evolved. True. My chest evolved. Anyway, when you go to the gym, I'm gonna go to the... Oh, when you go to the gym, your chest evolves? I get it. What is this song? We're gonna bite you. Damn it, I didn't see what the next Pokemon was. Go lurk. Go lurk. I'm so funny. Yeah. What? This song is so good, actually. Wait, what is this? Oh, I gotta add this song. Doja Cat Moo. It just sounds beautiful. I've never heard this before. I never had a childhood, okay? Hey!
Call of Duty Suitfu raided my stream. Thanks, with bro. 1 viewers.
Appreciate it. Great A-ho. Ooh, a Chandela here. Ooh. Monferno. Damn, it's like the game's like, yo, you're getting up too many levels. And they're giving me guys that kill me. Best 1 view. Let's go. Raid, raid. Yeah, aw. You don't need to be sad. It's fine, man. Listen, life, oh my god. Life, oh my god. Life is a... Jesus, how many times am I gonna say life? This song is so dumb. It's funny because the guy's... The author is Doja Cat. And it's... I'm not a cow. I'm a mouse. I'm not a cat. I'm a cow. Moo. What was I gonna say? Yeah. Life is a journey, not a sprint. Alright, if we lose now, oh, I forgot to change the background. If we lose now, I don't know. Bitch, I'm a cow. Let's leech seed. Oh. Let's roll out, just for fun. We're gonna roll out for fun. Look up Doja Cat's video on Genius and they're talking about the lyrics. Yo, Genius is hilarious for certain people. Let's go, roll out. I'll extreme stretch after we beat this guy real quick, okay? The farm. What? Alright, let's extreme. Let's just extreme stretch. Ooh, Cortez, send that video for the reaction stream this weekend. You know, my sister gets mad at me. She texts me almost every night. Can you shut up? You're so loud. You request the music video too? Okay, cool. Oh. Oh. Oh, that felt good. Yeah, and I do put up streams on YouTube. This is such a better than yours. It's such a dumb song. You could send it on what's it called? I put all the streams on YouTube, so you don't have to rewatch on Twitch. Because I've rewatched streams on Twitch like after they were when they become VODs, and one thing that's terrible about that is that they're well, there's a lot of ads, but I don't know if I'll be able to have audio. Maybe I'll make an exception, audio exception for weekly stream. I might make an exception for that. I'll see though. Farfetched? Is that a shiny Farfetched? It looks like a shiny... Well, it's dead now. Vespa Queen, let's go. Get out of here, Vespa Queen. Look at that rollout. Oh, look how powerful that is. Yeah, let's go. We just demolished this whole team. Oh, Doctor's out now. It didn't have sparkles. I fast forwarded. That's why I wasn't sure if it had sparkles or not.
I can't do this again.
Oh. Just mute the stream for like 5 minutes. Skip the me song. You guys could vote for skips, by the way. Well, mods don't vote because you can't vote. But if a mod wants to skip, just say skip without the explanation point. For someone who's not a mod, just do... I'm telling you, it could be skipped, bro. You don't need to leave. Skip? Who put the song? Okay. Whoever put the song, I'm sorry. Three votes for skip. We had Nathan, Diego, and Doctor. You keep sending me all these TikToks. What is this? Oh my god, bro. Look what he sends me. Maybe he felt sus. God damn, bro. No, bro, he's a dog. He just wanted to eat. Jesus. Wait, this can't be the 10-hour version.
I might hit Jack.
Throw me.
Bob, throw me! Back in the kitchen.
Hello.
We have to stop him!
Bro, there's no way this... How long is this version? 3-minute version? You literally found the 3-minute version? Why? Why? I'm sorry. I showed them, no? Women being in the kitchen, so funny. Women being in the kitchen, more like I'm a woman. Oh my god, a Kyogre, bye. Wait, women don't belong in the kitchen? Just kidding. Just kidding. We'll both get canceled together. It was on top when I searched Aya. Oh. Wait, did you actually make that one? Oh, nice then, Angel. I thought it was whatever. But that's not a bad meme. Good job, bro. I don't have a sense of humor though, so don't take my word for anything. Doesn't curse make my HP half? And just like do damage to the other person? I don't want that. Yeah. Alright, next Pokemon, baby. What will we catch? The game... What will we catch? Alright, we got 3 skips, because I want to skip it too. Oh, a Dustox. Yay. I don't want a Dustops. But we'll catch you. Hey, we caught him. Why not have another Pokemon, right? Keto. Hey, this is the best run in a while. What do we name him? What do you guys want to name him? I made it. I got like 5K views. Nice. I think that's more than any TikTok I put up. TikToks are hard to do. Or maybe I just don't understand it. Dust talks, dust cocks. No. Let's go with dust socks. Dust socks? Since I got no suggestions from you guys. Dust socks. Idea? Oh, are you good with ideas? Give me an idea. Give me an idea. Quilava. Why couldn't we get Quilava instead? Literally the second Pokemon. And he poisons me. Are you serious? Masca. Masca. Yes, no more destiny. Yo, we're just going ever. I'm such a loser. I'm only using him. I don't know what to take out. I'll take out Leech Seed just to have Pin Missile as type coverage. But I like Leech Seed. Leech Seed's actually pretty good. It only has 90 accuracy though, which is kind of surprising. Yeah, I'll take out Leech Seed for the Pin Missile. Bite just takes out everyone. Name it Desocks. Oh, that would have been so good. Too late though. You found a 1-minute version? Yeah. Toxic Orb. I think the best is a 0-minute version. The one that's like 5 seconds. That's my favorite one. Alright, let's hope our sucky guys can learn Cut. Why am I sitting like that? Oh my god, only Chest can learn Cut. Are you serious? I guess we'll take Pin Missile out. Idea was the name, you dumb oh. That's a terrible name. What the hell? I'm gonna name him Idea? Idea? Finally. Alright, before we move on, let's go get the stuff from here. I want a fire Pokemon. He's gonna evolve mad quick. Let's go, Mr. Nut. Ooh. Come on. Oh, there we go. Masca. Mewtwo Knight. Why? Imagine we catch a Mewtwo. Oh my god, that would be so sexy. That'd be so sexy. Ayaka intensified. That better be very short. Alright? Don't be sorry, bro. I'm just gonna ban that song. All versions of Ayaya. Alright? If you put it too often. To be fair, you don't put it that often, but... Look at that. Chest is carrying. Wait, what's TM10? What is that? Hidden power? Ew. Nah. Lucky egg. Are you serious? Oh my god. How lucky are we? Oh, we had an Eviolite on him. That's right. We'll still keep the Eviolite because I don't want one of our guys to die with it. Mewtwo moment. Foreshadow? I hope. Foreshadow. I gotta add some foreshadows. I hope it's a foreshadow, because then I could edit a foreshadow in the video when I'm editing, and that would be cool. No, please. No, this isn't reading. What? What does it mean? Mason! The numbers! What do they mean? Rare bone. That's rare, I guess. Oh, they're starting to get a little higher level. But they're not level 21, baby! Oh, I'm such a loser. Oh, that's a double battle. Double battles. Oh, why'd I use rollout? Because I don't even care, bro. It don't even matter. Look at that. I got a Charmeleon, bro. This run is going so well. Train more. What do you mean? I'm training chess like crazy. Look at his level. Train in the grass, you mean? Or train other Pokemon? Aladdin, Charmeleon. Ah, yeah, memories. Yeah, also happy to get a Charmeleon. Ugh, because that's an actual starter everyone wants. Taunt. Is this always Taunt? It's kind of disappointing. Alright, double battle time. Thankfully, our guys are not that low level. He might get watered on. Let's change to Genie. What is this? Energy route. Hey, we made it to the next city. This is where they get a bit harder. Their levels just go up like out of nowhere. Train the whole team? That's so much work. Alright, I'll do it. Okay, I have a drawing and skinny girl that is effing huge boobies. You just drew some? Oh, this is the original. Okay. I like the original. See, this is actually not bad. Okay. Jesus, he's level 24. Relic Silver, what is that? I feel like there's something here, but I don't remember. Oh yeah, he likes doing inverse battles. Sheesh. Look at that. Just like that, I'm at level 25. Freaking crazy stuff. The moment Chess dies, he won't. It will all go to hell. Oh, true. But then I could train like 2 or 3. I don't need to train all of them. What is this? This sounds so familiar. What is this from? This is not the original enough? Oh, that was a good version though. I like to draw if you remember. Yes, but you like to draw skinny girls with big boobies? I guess that makes sense. Oh, this is from Naruto. But it sounds different. What the hell? Sounds like a keyboard is playing it. Why? Why does it sound like a keyboard is playing it? What did you do to my song? It's not my song, but you know. Head smash! We need a new move. Head smash is poo-poo. No, wait, this isn't from Naruto. This is just a famous song. Why do I think this is... I know... Where do I know this song from? Morshu beats. Oh, I think I remember what Morshu was. Let's go roar. Ooh, a Dragonair. Can you stop missing your... Alright, nope. Bye-bye. Oh my god, you suck, you stupid rock boy. I thought you were better than this. I mean, we're gonna get experience shares soon, okay? So, we'll train them up later. We'll use Chest for now. He has enough type coverage. Why did I roll out? I roll out, like, so stupidly for some reason. I just think, I'm good enough, I can roll out. And then I roll out. I need to buy more potions. Oh, potions aren't even good on him anymore. Needle Arm. 60 attack. Bye, Vine Whip. Song. You always want a song across Destiny. It's from a lot of rhythm games. What, this song? I mean, it might be, but this is... I know this song, like... I know this from something. I don't think that's the original name of the song. It's Hatsuko Miko. It's Hatsuko Miko? Hatsuno Miko? No. I feel like the song's made specifically to put in rhythm games. I'm looking at the comments. I'm trying to figure out. Oh, when I was in Japan, someone who played a lot of the rhythm games put this song on karaoke. I think that's how I first heard it. That's kind of crazy how the world comes full circle. I always draw girls with big boobs. I have a binder of them. You know, I'm so happy I didn't become a streamer when I was younger. Because if I was, I might have spoken like you do, Angel. And I would have gotten canceled in 3 seconds. Nah, I never drew girls with big boobies. Ooh, what's this? I clicked too early, but yes, I love that song. What is this? What is this song? You guys are picking... Oh... I'm gonna put my songs on Spotify real quick. I can't take you guys anymore. Putting on this BS stupid songs, bro. Dire hit. Not this one, the next one? Okay. Guys, put some good music on. Come on. What is this? This is not even a song. Oh my god. He's faster than my chest. Glaceon. Cut. Open. Why does everyone have Terrakion? What the hell? And why don't I needle arm it more? Let's freaking go. Let's go. I'm owning them. Let's go. I'm a beast. Did you like my songs? Wait. Which one? The rhythm game song? Yeah, it's okay. Like, I heard it a lot of times. It's okay. Depends which song. I mean, it's fine if you guys are okay with all this stuff. Alright. I think they give me... Do they give me Rock Smash? Okay, all my guys are healed up. Wait, this is Arcane Tunnel, which we already caught a Pokemon. And I think we could still carry on with Chest. Vanillux. I'm a little scared. Oh, never mind. Of the ice Pokemon and stuff, but... Oh my god. It just never ends. It's terrible songs, bro. Crispy, juicy, tenders. I stuck my newborns on into a blender. That is bars. That is bars. But why would you do that? You're too young to have a son. Oh, a normal song. Oh, we have access to Great Balls already. We get access to Great Balls and other items really quickly, it feels. I like this song. This is from Black Clover, right? I haven't heard this song in a long time. We'll buy a escape rope. That should be fine. This song's so bad, I love it. Yeah, I like this song too. I have to get back into... Oops. I have to get back into watching watching that show. Bye? Why bye? See you, bro. You are too young. Yep. Lamau oil rope bombs? What? Black Clover! This is a good song, Cortez. What? Wait, did you put it? No, this is my song. I just checked. You guys could put songs though. You guys are fine. Just put actual songs maybe, you know? Oh, we do have access to Rock Smash now. I'm sure one of our guys could learn it. Basketball? Yeah, I would be surprised if Turkey couldn't learn it. It's so weird how it's a fighting move in this game, though. We'll take out Tail Whip, even though Roar might be useful-ish, so. Was that confusion? Frustration. I keep reading that as confusion. Actual song? Thank you. Oh my god, a Bravery? Clover. Scraggy. Needle Arm should kill him. Hey! Bite. Needle Arm shouldn't do much. Jesus. Can you not burn me? Okay, I think now we get access back to Salantopath. Yep, so we could heal up. A lot of Pokemon burning. I wonder if the randomizer works in a certain way to counter what Pokemon you have. Have you heard the Dream Sus remix? I don't think... I might have? I'm not sure. I love how I still have the chicken hat on. Okay, we could... Oh, I jumped over it. New Pokemon. Black Clover. Alright, let's change to someone who could actually catch him. New Pokemon, new Pokemon. What are we getting? It's oh my god, a Verizon Files? Let's go. Are you kidding me? Chicken Hat State's whole run. It's good luck charm? Maybe. By the way, guys, we haven't made it to Nespine Climb since run 3. So, this is good news. Name it Assassin? Maybe. If it kills one of our guys. It has a lot of weaknesses. I want to see what it could do first, because I don't want to, you know, die by Verizon Fios. This song is very low. I can barely hear it. Oh, wait. No, never mind. It didn't start yet. Oh, another British guy. Okay. His stats are insanely good. We might want to do special attack hit on him so he doesn't get killed. We just bought Great Balls, which is good. Looks like he might have Double Kick, Magical Leaf. So we should be fine with Genie. We might want to change into our starter though. Oh my god, Haikyuu. We'll try to hypnosis him. We'll try to hypnosis him. Oh, he tried to use quick attack. We'll try to hypnosis again. You send the dream suspension song? Okay. Yes, we hit. Level 16 though, yeah. I do have to be careful. Sus. Let's just go for a Pokeball. Let's just see if it'll work. Let's just see. Okay, well. That was kind of obvious. Alright, I want to see if Lick... Okay, Lick doesn't do much. Which means we could hit it. Oh, he got paralyzed. We can't put him to sleep now. We could change into chest, though. Ooh, good timing. I'm really scared to hit him. I'm gonna try one more Pokeball just to see what move he does. Then I might change back into Genie. Angel, you're gonna get timed out. In 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6. Stop it. 5, 4. Okay, he stopped. Walking down the hall, scratching my balls. My pee-pee got caught in the elevator door. I saw you send this before. My pee-pee turned green. My teacher screamed. That's the end of my tickle and dream. Banned. JK. What do I do here? We'll change into Genie. Hopefully it doesn't take too much damage from magical. Ooh. It's magical leaf. Is it a magical leaf type? I'm assuming it's a special. I don't know what it is. Is it a physical or a special attack? Does anyone know? Wait, grass moves in this game are special. So Leer doesn't do anything, right? I think that's right. Alright. He keeps leering though, which scares me, so we'll change back into chest. And then back into Genie. He's magical leaf. Oh, we take like no damage from it. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna spite him. So his PP for magical leaf is reduced. Let's go. Okay. Quick attack doesn't affect either. A few more licks and we'll be... Please don't crit the lick. Oh. Okay, that was actually fine. Okay, we can actually catch him now. I should have bought more Great Balls. Damn it. This song sounds cool. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, I'm not attacking him now. Let's go with Pokeballs. Jesus, if a Great Ball didn't shake. Ooh. 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 Let's go! Let's go! We caught Verizon Fios. Well, I don't want to name him Assassin. Let's go! Oh, yes. He didn't kill any of our guys. Killer was named Killer because he killed someone, you know? He killed Aladdin. Jesus, chest is level 30. Nah, you don't need takedown. We knew this is the run. Name it Zip Zap Clap. It's not an electric type, though. Oh, name it the opposite of Assassin. Rescuer? Yeah, but his name is Verizon. I want to name him Fios. Is that dumb? I'm gonna name him Fios. I don't know. I like it. I like that name. I'm sorry, guys. We got Verizon Fios on the team. Oh, let's go. Oh, that's so good. And he's a level 16. Which means not as annoying to train. That's so weeby. That's not weeby. It's funny. It's clever. It's ping pong master daddy jokes. Name it Cricket. You suck. Get better. I'm doing pretty good right now. All right, we don't need deer now. This team looks decent. It's just so much of our team dies to so much. Which is a bit irritating. Like Verizon, guys, you're not gonna believe it, but he dies to a lot. He dies to fire. He dies to ice. He dies to poison. He dies to flying ×4. Okay, he dies to psychic. And he dies to fairy. Like, Jesus Christ, he's like Tyrantrum. But he also has insane stats, so... It's a give and take. Verizon Fios. If you wanna be free. This song sounds nice. I'm afraid if Chess dies, all of them will. Please train Genie, Turkey, and this new Pokemon more, please. Chest is carrying. I mean, but you're right. I do need to train the others more. I think Genie, Fios, Fairy... Turkey has so many weaknesses. And Echo is like another... I don't know. I don't know how much I want to train Echo. Because we could catch better Pokemon at higher levels, you know what I mean? We'll train a bit here, though. It's probably a smart decision. Rollout. I'm not dealing with rollout. He almost killed me with hidden power. Can you let me run away? What's wrong with this? You see what I mean? That was too scary. I can't train them, bro. Oh my god. We don't need to train Echo? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Please do the right thing. If water gets you wet and heat makes you sweat, then what does balls on chill make you? It makes you sweat and wet? I don't know. You need... It would be worse than an actual fight. True. But we're not gonna be in an actual fight for some time. I will spend this time getting some more great balls. And selling all our Pokeballs. Buy one Super Ball potion. Damn, it's so hard to get money in this game. Well, because we're catching so many Pokemon. Let me save. It's the first good run in a while. I'm gonna save. Mouthful of dick. Ah ha ha ha. So funny. Not that funny, bro. We're gonna get experience. Wait, didn't we? Wait, I don't think we got experience share. We're gonna get experience share soon. So when we get experience share, then I'll do that, okay? I'll train everyone else. Chest has a lot of type effectiveness, which is why I'm not too worried. You see, like, he just sweeped. The one he also, I just got the choice band, which could be very useful. The one thing though is well, there's more than one thing, but he could die still, obviously. And I don't know if he'll stop obeying me at a certain level. That's a bit scary. So I have to verse the next gym already, you know? You have an IQ of a fingernail? Thanks. Look, I'm Mexican. Look, a Jew. That's kind of racist, bro. Come on, Angel. What the hell? I'm right here. Oh, I jumped over by accident. We're just sweeping with him, man. Why did I needle arm? I don't know. Oh yeah, we could catch this Pokemon. I don't want it. Let's verse her. I think that's it. Once we verse our rival right now, we'll be able to have get experience share, which will make this much easier. Well, I'll be right back. Banned. Damn, what happened today? Why are you so mad, Angel? Chill. I've never seen Hitler. Oh, what's down here? A fluffy tail. I already got that. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Okay. Should we go for another Pokemon right here? We could technically go for another Pokemon. Nice shirt, Bing. Oh, thank you. You saw it? It's the Avatar shirt, yeah. It's not my first. I got banned for saying I like Jews in some other stream. Oh. Angel, more like devil. Oh, snap. Na, na, na. I've never seen Hitler. What are you talking about? I love this song. I'm very religious, and it is an offense. Alright, let's see. What will we catch? Wait, I should put someone else forward. I don't want Fios to die. What will we get? Oh, we just got a big pearl. Let's go sell it so we could get more balls. That could make or break trying to catch a Pokemon. Come on, what will we get? The moment of truth. A Munchlax. That's actually really good. Getting a Snorlax? That'd be really cool. I don't. Lick won't affect him though, so we'll hypnosis. We'll try to hypnosis into changing out. Our guys are low level. Fios should be okay though. I don't want to kill him. Let's quick attack. Wow, quick attack did like nothing. He has leftovers as an item too? Are you kidding me? Ping is not horny. People want balls in his mouth. Nah, I'm good. I am pretty excited for Munchlax. Yeah, he could be good if he evolves, exactly. How do you get Munchlax to evolve though? Is it just friendship? Evolution. Yeah, it's friendship. You need high friendship for him. Na, 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 na. We're gonna leer into quick attacks. Really? Oh my god. He keeps... Okay. Yo, Fios has like no health. What the hell? Okay, let's try to catch him. Let's try to catch him. Come on, Munchlax. He's higher level than me? Oh yeah, that too. There's only 2 levels. Come on, Munchlax! He could replace Echo. True. Worth it to train, true. Oh, come on, Munchlax. We're gonna potion into, I don't have many potions left. Into a quick attack. Alright, last potion. His lick does quite some damage. No, are you kidding me? Yeah. Make him asleep. Yeah, but Genie's level 14. And he has lick, which could actually kill Genie. We'll go to the chest. He keeps upping his defense. I guess this is why I should have trained some guys. To catch more guys. The chest is way too OP right now. I mean, his defense is insanely high. Oh, we caught Munchlax. Let's go. I don't know how, but... what do we know? He's a normal type. I know. I like normal type, though. Because only fighting kills it, so... But he had Ghost as a move, so it still had... I know there's no stat, but still. Munches? Munchies. That's actually a clever name, Munchies. He's gonna turn into Snorlax, though. How about Normie? He's a Normie. What do you guys think? Pinhead? Nah. Munches or Munchies are better. You know what? Let's go with Normie. Or Norm for Norm Macdonald, the guy that passed away from cancer recently. He was a cool comedian. Name him Sleepy. Fine. Sleepy makes sense. And there is Sleepy. We do have a Sleepy in chat sometimes, so. Fair enough. We lost all our potions, though. We can't catch another Pokemon for some time. We need to make more money. We do have a lucky egg. It's still not... He has leftovers, too, which is just so good. Okay. Sorry, Echo, you're out. You see, like, what if I train my whole team and then Echo's just out, just like that? Like, now we have a level 18. Which is pretty good, you know? Okay, that should be fine. Let's go versus our rival, and then we're gonna get experience share. Name him Big Boy. Nah, he's not... Big Boy could have worked, actually, yeah. Alright, let's add him. Let's freaking add him. This is best run of the year. Do you guys care if I don't add it in order? Oh, I forgot to change Chespin because he evolved. Yeah, what did he evolve into? Qualalala or something, right? Qualaden. I forgot to change him. You guys gotta remind me. Oh, I think I know this song. Yo. Let's go. Let's indeed go. XP share will be so good. Yep, and we're about to get it. We're about to get it. Alright, you're going down, starter. This is gonna be easy. It's gonna be easy, baby. Oh, level 20 is kind of high, though. He dies to Psychic, Flying, and Fairy. So we're just gonna Needle Arm you. Oh, he faked out me, really? Needle Arm should do some good damage. Let's go! We're more than 10 levels above. Thanks for the applause. Remember, we have Lucky Egg too, so our Pokemon goes up even more levels. We could bite you. Psywave, I forgot to buy super potions. He's probably gonna potion up. What a loser. We'll just potion him to death. Oh, he might actually die from this one bite. Damn it. No, air cutter? No, don't do that much. Oh, that's not good. That is very not good. Now you crit? Really, chest? I forgot to buy potions too. Wait, this could be really bad. You're freaking level 33. Ambipom. Why? You applause, then we heard the applause. No, you're not getting points back for that. Why did I switch like this is a hardcore Nuzlocke? Oh, I could energy root. I could energy root. Stop furry swiping. Oh, thank God. Why? You used your applause. You get points back if it didn't work. It was a good applause. Alright. Now it's fine. Everything is fine. That could have been bad. I don't know. I shouldn't have changed out there. We'll go with Needle Arm. Really? He astonished? Oh, okay. He didn't make us flinch. Let's go. Easy. Yeah, that was close. That was close. Angel, you're being annoying today. I'm gonna time you out if you say another stupid thing. Oh, Geodude. Okay, we should be fine against Geodude. Oh, it's easy. Easy clap, baby. Easy clap. Whew. Let's go. I lost again? Yeah, I have a freaking level 33 chestnut, bro. Yes. Now we got experience share. Actual useful item. We could give it to Fairy, because Fairy moves are useful. We could give it to Genie. We could give it to everyone, really. We'll give it to Genie for now. You are? I can't take any more bullshit from you. I can't take any more bullshit from you either, bro. I warned you. I should have timed out for less time, but... Gomen nasai. I warned you, bro. I warned you. I don't like... Do you think I like timing out people? I don't. I really don't. Well, yeah. Alright. Okay. Sorry, Angel. I feel bad now. I thought it was going to do a 1-minute timeout. I didn't know it would automatically go 10 minutes. Can I change it? Oh, I could untimeout you. Okay, so I'll untime at you in like a minute after I verse this trainer. Oh, you see, everything's working out, Diego. Ooh, Genie wants to learn Nightshade. Let's go. Inflicts damage matching user's level, which is insane later on. We could even take out Lick. Lick has a nice thing of being able to paralyze, though. Spite is actually useful. We'll take out Mean Look. I don't know, he's trolling too much. And it was getting annoying, so I told him stop, and then he just kept going. I said I warned him that I'll time him out like 2-3 times. I missed a bit. Yes, I did get experience share. And we just got Genie with Nightshade because of that. Oh, this is the strat. Moonstone. Big Pearl. Yes, we could sell that. I should buy potions though. I don't think did I end up buying any potions? I didn't. So I'm gonna go buy potions. I don't want to. Oh my god, Fracture would have been so cool to get. Definitely best round though. No, he has like 30 different accounts. Alright, let's go. Oh wait, I have potions. What? I had 6 super potions. How did I miss that? I'm such an idiot. Let's go with... Did he really use Detect? Hey, Genie's leveling up like it's nothing, bro. He's leveling up so fast. Wait, what the hell? I gotta clear these rocks out before boss gets here. Oh, we don't even have access to this yet. I completely forgot. Oh, we have to verse the gym first. Oh, that's hilarious. That's cool, though, to see. Alright, we gotta put the gym background. Ping, that could have ended the run. You'll need to use Sleepy, though. Wait, why'd you get scared? What? Oh, during that battle? Yeah, that was bad. So he can evolve? True. I do need to use him. I'll use him later. It's okay. Listen, the game goes so much quicker like this. And then what if we get someone... What if we... Oh, we can't catch Snorlax because it's the duplicate. What if we get someone better? You only warned me once and I misheard you? I warned you twice. I warned you once for a different thing and then for this also, so... But it's okay. It was only like a minute and a half. No worries. Welcome back. Genie's leveling up to level 17. Let's go. Oh my god. But yeah. You're not wrong. Using Sleepy would be good. Oh my god, okay, you see? I can't even train, bro. Jesus Christ. I can't even train because Verizon Files comes out. Oh. And it just double kicks me. That's what's scary. We're just gonna go with chest for now, okay? After we beat this gym, okay? After we beat this gym. I'll train Munchlax a bit. It's not the same thing? Okay. It's just... I gave you 2 warnings. 2 or 3 warnings today. That's all. It's fine. A minute and a half passed. It's fine. Everything's fine now. Okay, left, middle, right, middle, right. Left, middle, right? Wait, I already forgot it. I'm such an idiot. Middle, left, middle, right. God damn it. Wait, I wasn't looking that time. Left, middle, right. Middle, right. Oh. Left, middle, right. Middle, right. Let's go. First try. Just train normally for a bit till he levels a bit. But he almost died trying to train a... Yeah, I untimed you after like a minute. Let's just... Jesus, you put me to sleep. Look how much... That actually did a bit. Let's just go heal up because why not? Going up against like a Groudon could be bad if he has like Fire Blast or something. But I think we might be okay here. Like a Bite just took out a level 20 Charmander. Right, left, middle, left, right. Right, left, middle, left, right, middle. Let's go.
Jelly bean time.
Hey, what's up, Chris? Long time no talk. Thanks for the jelly bean. Good, I need my points. This is the barf one. How you doing, bro? Ugh. Oh, he didn't evolve yet. He evolves at level 36, I guess. Ugh. Right, left, right, middle, right. Left, right, middle. What the hell? Right, left, right, middle, right. Right, left, right, middle, right, left, right, middle. I'm a genius. He's literally gonna evolve. That's so crazy. What kills him? Ugh. Why are my super potions so below? Ugh, this is nasty. Oh, bite is fine. Jesus. That was actually kind of scary. Ooh, he could learn Confuse Ray. You see, Confuse Ray has 100% accuracy. Hypnosis only has 60. But Hypnosis is helpful in catching Pokemon. And Spite is helpful just in general. I guess we'll take out Lick. Researching? I've never seen this game. Yeah, this is Pokemon Gaia. It's a ROM hack. It's like a fan-made game. That was actually kind of dangerous. Maybe we will go train. Let's go train before the gym leader. This is too dangerous though. We gotta go a little bit back. We're gonna train all the way here, so where no one dies. This is really close. All the areas are very close, which is cool. Shedinja, really? What? Yo, Magic Guard is so annoying. Okay. Hypnosis is more useful, yeah. Yeah. Please train a lot. Ugh, fine.
So if you want to get a girl, all you have to say, yo, can I get your under, cause I want to deal your phone, lol.
Good to know. I'll start texting all the girls. Dark Ray? All the girls I know, which is like 1. I wish I caught a Dark Ray. They're actually kind of high level in there, and there's freaking Dark Ray. I'm too scared. We'll train in the forest where there's like level 6s. You know, I want to train where they get enough XP and stuff. Might as well take the XP share for now. And just train in the... Maybe train in here for a bit. Yeah, I think it's good to train here. Let's change the background. What's going on? This timer, right? Yeah, Darkrai would be crazy to get, right? They're only level 2s here. I think they were okay levels here. Yeah, they were. Yeah, that's better. Magical Leaf is great too. Let's go double kick. Doesn't give much XP, but I guess it's worth it. I guess if we train all of them to like level 20, it'll be good. It's gonna take some time though. Montage time. Montage time! What have you been researching? Whether you want to take the course or not? Chris? Let's go with another magical. Especially evolve Sleepy. True! Sleepy might die. I'm trying to like evolve him and he dies, imagine. This is actually great for Fios because of Magical Leaf. There's so many water type Pokemon here. Or like rock or whatever. Or normal. Or psychic. Just they die to everything. It's not that bad to train here actually. Are you going to do the poll thing? What poll? Oh, for points? We could do that if you guys want. You guys want to bet points on a Master Ball? Haven't done that in a while. So let's go get our PP back up. Yeah, it's driving me nuts. Yeah, I could tell. Because you still haven't made it. Oh, what the hell? Still haven't made a decision. Whoa. Rock Tomb. I didn't know you could do that. This game's cool. Rock Tomb could be good on Turkey. Or on Sleepy for type coverage. But on Turkey it makes more sense for stab damage. Head Smash there's only 5 and it only has 80%. He already has Rock Smash though. We could take out Roar. Roar could be useful against like a Wobbuffet though. Mewtwo Y. Wait, we have X and Y now? Jesus. Turkey underleveled and he's Dragon type. I know. But he has so many weaknesses. You know how many oh yeah, Frostbite Cave we caught a Pokemon. I should put a thing. This is the best run since like run 2 or 1. Another foreshadow. I know, right? Please watch. Things I find in my gallery. That's funny. And then it just goes back to the Spanish. Jesus. How much like, Sonic Boom is insane. Every time, and it's a Magneton too, I guess that's also why. I have to like really learn my Pokemon. I have to really learn my Pokemon, guys. What I mean by that is I have to learn that, okay, Verizon's special defense is really good, but its regular attack, its regular defense sucks. So Verizon defense, bad. Right? That's something I have to remember. Also, its attack and special attack are around the same, which is interesting. Yeah, that was a good one. Oh my god, can you like hit the magical leaf? Thank you. Thinking about Japan, Chris, or you're over that right now? Hey, double kick. Ooh, another one. I guess this is good time to watch some.
You've gotta help me. I'm stuck.
Last guy kind of thick though.
I do not wish to be horny anymore.
I thought he turned around because he saw the girl's butt.
I just want to be happy. How can I get stuck in
what? Here? Oh my god, bro.
I do not wish to be horny anymore.
Do I have to hear the volume for this?
How can I get stuck in here?
Oh.
You've gotta help me. I'm stuck.
Silence, wench. I do not wish to be horny anymore.
Lol. Anything about horny you send me. I actually heard it this time when the music got a little silenter. No. He wants Bussy. Some people want it, bro. What do you want? Just leave them alone. Wait, is that a special spot? Oh, that's so cool. So you need surf and rock climb. That's so cool how this game like makes these like things for you to push towards. All right. One thing I will do though is I'm gonna go back here because I know that we have access to certain things because of Rock Smash. Wait, have we ever caught Reliqua Ruins? We've never caught a Pokemon here. So this is another. Let's see what we're gonna catch. This is a new route. Technically, we get access to it later, but what are we getting? A mushroom? Nah, I don't want you. You're a stupid mushroom. Fungus. Actually, Fungus might be decent, but I just didn't feel like catching him. So that's Reliqua Ruins. Maybe I should have waited for later. That was kind of dumb. Because they're lower level here, right? Why couldn't we get a Jolteon? See, that would have been awesome. That would have been awesome. Having a Jolteon this early on. An electric type. Oh. I guess it wasn't a bad decision to try, but we just got unlucky with the stupid Fungus. They made the levels around the levels when you get access to Rock Smash, which is very interesting. Want to become famous? Ban him, mods. You know what to do. Welcome back, Angel. Check the evolution on that Pokemon. I already know the evolution. It might be actually good, yeah. I ran away and then I thought about it. It's like Among Us or something. Among Us. Yeah. He has good HP, but that's about it. He learns no HMs, so he wouldn't be a good HM slave either. Just had a little breakdown on for life. What happened? No jokes. Jokes are fine. Just jokes are fine, bro. Jokes are fine.
Find out my For You page. Yo, not Stitch, man. That's fucked up, bro. That's fucked up.
Lilo and Nemo. Jesus, that's pretty impressive.
For You page.
My God, do I need to hear the guy screeching? Jesus Christ. For the ban, I mean? No, the ban was the want to become famous by followers and viewers. That guy I was saying, mods ban him. What do you mean you don't know? Alright, we could train level 16s around there though, which is pretty nice. We have access to a lot of different levels. I did like training in this area though, because it felt safe-ish. Not with you though. Ugh. Thank you, Nathan. He might be for real. Nah. He didn't say anything, so. He didn't say anything else, but he could have been.
Goodbye.
Don't cry yourself to sleep.
See you next time.
Good night, man. Have a good night. Just meditate. Meditate if you need to, you know? Seriously, that's good stuff. We're running away from Magneton. Reason. FU bot. Nice. It might be for real. I want to be famous. And I need to go shower. Please ping train more. Okay, I'm training. I won't make everything go bad. I'll try, okay? I know that's what I'm best at doing, but...
Goodbye.
Goodbye, bro. Enjoy your shower.
See you next time.
Barabome? Wait, what does that mean? Barabome? What does Barabome mean? Barabome? Kusotare Teyande. Are you trying to speak Japanese? What is it? Berabome? Berabome? I don't know what that one is though. Oh, we don't have that. I was about to say I could put the lucky egg. Doesn't make sense. Wait, lucky egg is... Lucky egg is for... I'm such an idiot. I could have put the lucky egg this whole time. Here, hold that lucky egg, Files. I'm so dumb. I'm gonna save. Just because I don't want to screw up somehow. I'm gonna save it twice like you told me once to do. Nathan. It's Japanese. Teyande? Kuso is like shit. Abazure ga abazure? What, are you trying to like do curses or something? I can't believe the chicken hat's really comfy this time for some reason. Ooh, the XP is so much better now. Oh, lucky eggs are so good. Let's take that lucky egg since we got him at level 20. And now we got Sleepy here with the... Oh, oops. We got Sleepy with the good item now. We just need him to not die. Okay, low kick didn't do much, so... we should be good. I'm scared every time they attack me. It's just Sleepy is very slow, so I could actually screw up with him. What does Abazure mean? And Ga doesn't make sense. Ga's a particle. You wouldn't just say Ga. It just sounds weird. Did he really just yawn me? He did yawn me. Let's go. Oh, he could have confusioned me. That could have been bad. I'll have to run away next time I see that guy. Magneton. Magneton and... oh. Alright, we're not taking risks with this. Jesus, Magneton is so freaking scary. Bitch? Really? Abazure? I've never heard that. Yeah, but you wouldn't use Ga. Ga is like more so for how do I explain it? Ga is used in a different way, really. Ga is used like Ga means like is. So Abazure Ga doesn't really make sense. Ooh, Lick did 100% damage. We need a better move on Sleepy here. Ooh. I wonder when we'll get access to that. That looks interesting. It's cool how they link so much stuff together on this map. Like, eventually I'm gonna go through this mountain and then come out here, which is so cool to me. As that old man, like, looks there for all of eternity. Can we stop getting Magnetons? There we go. Ooh, Kingler might be like one of the best ones to go up against. Never mind. He has Bubble, but he's still pretty good to go up against. They're all kind of becoming okay to go up against. Hey, let's go. I don't know if level 20 is enough. I might want to actually evolve Sleepy like Diego was saying. I don't know if it's worth it though. Yeah, let's teach Screech. Nah, we don't need Screech. Tackle. It's time to eat teriyaki. What?
It's time to eat teriyaki goat testicle.
That's nasty, bro. I mean, I've never had it. Maybe it tastes good, but that sounds nasty. One of my uncles had a goat testicle. Goat or sheep, one of them. He had the testicle. He's like, bro, it's good. Try it. I'm like, I'm not trying that. It looked like a ball, bro. Why would I want to try that? Crazy uncle. He's pretty cool, though. Besides that, he doesn't eat, like, any other types of balls, I guess. I don't know. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. How many levels does it take? There's probably a guy I could go to that shows me what my what Sleepy's ooh, tackle kills faster than Lick. How close Sleepy is to like being evolving. Oh, I could tackle the Magneton? I'm just gonna do that then. I'm faster than him apparently too. Well, sometimes probably. That tackle's just killing everything. When does he learn a new move though? Jesus. Nah. Oh, that was a very rare encounter. I like Lick on Shimeko though, because I just think that's better. Oh my god.
What's up? Tell me. Guess what? What's up? Guess what? I'm gay! Guess what? What's up? Tell me.
I don't know.
What? What's up? Guess what?
I know this is a guy from Naruto. That's all I know.
Guess
I'm gonna
what?
assume the first one is a girl.
Tell me. Guess what? What's up?
I'm gay. Jesus, he had a lot of followers on whatever. You find the girl. Yeah, I tried to. Oh, Tackle works on Chimiko also. The first one was the girl, no? Or are they all guys? We'll train Genie up now. I don't really care for Turkey much. Turkey has way too many things that kill him, even though he's Dragon type. Which is kind of a shame. Wait, Nightshade only does 3 damage. It might do more because of... Oh, yeah, it does more. Nightshade does the same amount of damage as the Pokemon, the level of the Pokemon. Which is actually not that amazing, but we also get stabbed from him. But he could get some really good moves, so I think he's worth training up a bit. Yeah, we got him at 20. I don't know how worth it. You know what? Let's give experience share to Fairy. And we'll just get Sleepy to Snorlax here. None of them are girls. They're all guys. Oh. I knew it! I thought maybe the first one was a girl, but nope. All guys. What's wrong with all guys, bro? I'm just joking. Ooh, Sing. Sing has 55. Suicune seems better than Sing. We'll take out Double Slap. At least he has a fairy move, which could be good on the Dragon type Pokemon, so he's worth keeping around. Alright, let's get the Jelly Bean. I could see myself doing a Nuzlocke run in the future of this game with only getting the Pokemon that you could find in trees. Oh. Oh my god. This is the best bean. Tastes a little weird though. This is the gum one. I love this one. Thank you. Oh my god, this one's so good actually. This one's so good. Oh, he Thunder Shocked me that time. And then he Sonic Boomed. Sonic Boom didn't do that much this time, though. Munchlax is getting stronger. We'll just lick you. Hey, Fairy's level 9, too. What level does Clefairy... Does Clefairy also need? Clefairy Evolution. Oh, you need High Friendship and a Moonstone. We have a Moonstone. Wait, do you need both High Friendship and a Clefairy Evolution? Do you need both? It evolves from Cleffa when leveled up with high... Oh, from Cleffa. Jesus. Yeah, I think you just need a Moonstone. So we could evolve her right now. Oh, Jesus. She could actually... I don't know why I said, oh, Jesus. That's very weird. She could actually be very useful right now. Let's look at her level, the stuff that she learns. Because Clefable is not bad stat-wise. And only dies to poison and steel because it's a fairy type, not normal. Which is nice. If we go to... I think this is considered Gen... What is Pokemon Gaia? Pokemon Gaia... Oh yeah, it's from Fire Red and Leaf Green. So it is considered Gen 4. Or Gen 3, rather. It looks like It learns Cosmic Power at level 33. That's just to raise its defense and special defense. Really? That's it? Okay, that's Clefairy. Clefairy doesn't really learn much. Okay, how about Clefable? Let's see if Clefable could learn anything. I don't know if they go by Gen 3 stuff, though. It literally learns nothing leveling up. What the hell? What the heck? And now I'm a bit confused on what to do. So, since Clefairy is the only one that could really learn moves. What level is good to evolve it? Like, it learns Meteor Mash, which is a pretty good move at level 32. But I don't want to wait that long, you know? To evolve it. But that might be the best decision, to wait till level 32. Level 32. Meteor Mash. You know what I mean? Seems to be the best decision. Clefairy. Let's go. Best run. This is the second run of the day, right? Or first? I don't know. One of the first runs. And it's going hella nice. Ugh. Hey, learning double slap again. Nope, no double slap for you. It's weird how it doesn't learn more fairy moves. I'm assuming we'll pick up TMs for fairy type moves though, so I won't have to worry too much about evolving it. But I know that's pretty much useless in aiding us until it evolves, so... Yeah, it's kind of hard to train it up willingly. Once it reaches level 20, I think we'll change experience share out to a different Pokemon. I wonder if having Lucky Egg and experience share is like better than just having like just doing it separately. I guess if I'm trying to train a lot of guys at the same time, I might as well use the experience share. So Fairy should be evolving soon. Or not evolving, but... Sleepy, I'm assuming a few more... Oh, level 12, okay. Once Fairy gets to level... level 20, we're gonna switch out. I'm gonna switch out for a different Pokemon. I like Verizon, but Verizon doesn't seem to be as good as I thought it was. Even though it's a legendary. And it has special defense up, but it seems like that's about it, you know?
Wow.
Wow, indeed. Yeah, we're just training here. Wow, indeed. I thought you wowed twice. I was like, damn. Defense call could be useful, but I don't want to give it to her. She don't deserve it.
Bruh.
Bruh, indeed. Bruh. 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 Alright, let's see. Shimichicho. Why are you awing? It's okay. I think we get Feraligatr a lot. I wonder how many battles it takes for Sleepy to evolve. Like if there's a certain amount of battles. I should look into what Sleepy could learn as well, actually. Let's see. Munchlax. Munchlax. I'm assuming Gen 4. Munchlax could learn... Oh, he did learn Screech at level 20, so... He'll probably get Stockpile Swallow. He gets Rollout at 41. He doesn't really... I mean, Body Slam is pretty good at level 33. But assuming that he evolves... Assuming that he evolves pretty quickly... his defense kind of sucks, which is interesting. Ooh! I actually want him to evolve quickly. He learns more stuff when he evolves. Okay. Oh, no, wait. That was for Sword and Shield. God damn it. Oh, he still learns... I don't know. It seems like he learns kind of the same stuff as well. Oh, stupid beans in my mouth. I got beans in my mouth. I got beans in my... I don't know. Come on, Chimichos. Come on, Wiggly Puff. Oh, it takes so much longer with experience share. Let me just get to 24 and I'll look at the TikTok. Come on. Ooh, level 15. Oh, so far away though.
You know when your girlfriend's mad at you cause she's got a twin sister, so you get confused and end up fucking her dad? That's what it's like to drive a Ford F-150.
That was funny. Oh, I like the cup. I just realized.
You know when your girlfriend's mad at you cause she's got a twin sister, so you get confused and end up fucking her dad?
The big cup? Does he get the big cup? Does he get the...
That's what it's like to drive a Ford F-150.
I'll get the big cup. He probably eventually gets the big cup. Right. Hey, what's up, Chris? What's up, guys? It's Mr. Craze. I don't know. We're just training our Pokemon right now. This is actually our first good run in like forever. Well, in 7 runs, I guess. Now we're basically trying to train them all up to before versing a gym leader to like around level 20 something. I mean, Sleepy is pretty good already, but we need Fairy. We have experience share on Fairy to push it to level 20. And yeah. But how you doing, bro? How you doing? Oh, so Lucky Egg, it gives more XP. I don't think it gives more XP in total. I think it just gives the Sleepy more XP. Guess her age. Oh, wait. It's trying to learn Follow Me. Yeah, that's only useful in double battles. Nope. Guess her age. Bro, I can't watch this on Twitch, bro. Twitch is weird about this stuff. Not like they'll find me. Jesus, that's way too big, though. I would not want a girl with the boobies that big. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna guess 16. How close was I? You see, songs like this, I gotta take out of my playlist, bro. Too slow. Too slow. Just like me, but she's 4. I was gonna say 14, but I'm like, no way she's that young. Hey, she's around your age then. She's even younger than you. You could, you should hit her up. Be like, yo, what's up, girl? Mashiro. Asoreka. The song's a little faster. Don't worry, guys. It gets faster soon. Jesus. We're demolishing them so much that it's not worth training here anymore. Look, Sleepy's running out of peepees. Okay, I'll try. Noise. Hey, you're good with the ladies. There's the girl that you had a crush on liked you too, right? Or something. That's pretty cool. Alright, once he gets to level 25, we're gonna... Oh, Jesus. We're gonna train someone else. Come on, one more level. Oh, he's trying to learn Body Slam. Let's go. Oh, wait, that was actually perfect. Now we don't need to go get back to the center because we could just get rid of Tackle. Oh, that's hilarious. We could probably train somewhere else now because Body Slam is strong. Where's some stronger Pokemon to train against? In the tunnel. Secret tunnel. Secret. Oh, Jesus. Never mind. He's too slow. He's too slow to train. Jesus Christ. And guess what? The number of 3 girls got 1 more now. 4 girls like me? Jesus. Make a move, bro. I feel like them back. Let's try to train Turkey here. Let's try to train Turkey. He doesn't really have good move. Stomp might be enough to take down. Not Magneton. Magneton's weird, bro. Oh my god. I burped the Jelly Bean again. Oh, Stomp seems to be actually enough. Never mind. Almost enough. You don't know why they like you? It's fast because I'm speeding. I'm literally pressing the spacebar to speed it. So you can have an emulator. So I could do it like this if you like. I don't know if it's annoying to see when it's too fast, but you can have an emulator that emulates the game, and then you could basically speed up that emulator, which is useful when you're grinding like this, you know, or when you have to reset and you're trying to catch up. Like right now, I'm trying to catch up to an area I was before. Well, I'm grinding and then I'm gonna try to catch up to the area I was before. I don't know if Bind is worth it, because his stats aren't that great. We're not gonna get Bind. It's not annoying? Oh, okay. Then I'll continue doing it. It makes everything go by faster. It was weird to see. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you're not used to it, it's definitely weird to see. Yeah, I don't really give it much thought anymore because I do it so often. It's like you're just you know. It's like if you're gambling. I don't know. If you're, yeah, well, you know what it's like. If you're trying to get to something really quickly. Right now, I'm basically trying to grind all my Pokemon to level 20, which I already said, but yeah, that's why. I wonder if there's a way to, if there's a secret tree here or something. Because that tree looks weird. Oh, no PP left. Yeah, we're gonna go back, because Stomp does a lot of damage. I don't want to use Rock Smash. I don't even know if it's worth raising this guy, bro. He's kind of poopy, but I could go to the daycare center and leave him there, but oh, I probably should leave someone at the daycare center. I think the daycare center is literally in this town, or in the next. I think it's in the next town somewhere. Yeah, I think it's in the next town. Do I go to the daycare center? Yeah, I'm gonna train them to level 20, and then I'll go to the daycare center. Jesus, Stomp took so long to kill there. Wonder why. Definitely adding new songs though to my backup playlist. Hey, it killed in one shot. This is good also because once Fairy hits level 20, we could take off the experience share. And he's gonna level up. Turkey will level up even faster. Hey, one more level. And we could stop using experience share. Ooh, that was an accident, but that works. I guess I could just head smash. Hey, Sai, what's up? How you doing, bro? How is the life? How was your test yesterday? Did you fail? Like we all, like, I bet money that you would fail. I was joking. That would be messed up. Oh, this is our best run yet, by the way. Look at our team. Isn't it some, like, crazy team? I think there's a way to change so Stop would be the first move, Stomp. So I don't need to keep pushing down. And it'll be slightly faster, but I'm just gonna deal with it for now. Okay, once Fairy reaches 20, we'll be Gucci. Been good. So you didn't do that well on your test, did you? Well, maybe. Well, maybe you don't know, right? You think you did well on it. Haha. Is that what it is? Alright, come on. Level up, Turkey. Ooh, Stealth Rock. That's a great move. You know what? It's time to get rid of Roar. I suck at physics anyway. Okay, that kind of you kind of gave it away by saying that. Actually, physics was my worst subject also. I got the worst grades in physics compared to every other subject in high school. And I don't remember what I got in... Oh, Jesus. I could have died there. I don't remember what I got in college. Did I even take physics? I feel like... yeah, I did take... I did good in physics in college. I guess because I had a high school warm-up. Somewhat good at... Jesus, why are you yelling at me? But if someone got higher than 10 out of 20, I'm surprised. Jesus. High standards, I see. Someone good at chemistry and biology and somewhat horrible at physics. That's why this song sounded familiar before, because I literally have it in my playlist. It gets annoying, though. Good at chemistry and biology and someone horrible in physics. Yeah, I'm generally bad at sciences. Finally, level 20. In general, I was about to say general twice. But physics is my worst. Chemistry, biology, I'm similar as well. I'm somewhat decent in it. At least I was. I don't know how I am now. In college, I did pretty decent in chemistry. I think because I studied quite a bit for it. I actually enjoyed it because I did well in it. I think I got an A in that class. Yeah, I definitely got an A in that class. So, in college. I'm gonna add more songs that are not in Japanese for the playlist for tomorrow. The only subject I'm good in literally English and math. Yo, same. Well, like my best subjects were always English and math, actually. That's funny. Like always. And economics, but that's kind of different. And history I always loved, but I wasn't that good at, because I can't memorize things. So maybe we're similar in that. I feel like science and social studies, you need a lot of memorization for those two subjects. You know, for chemistry, you gotta remember all the things. Physics, not as much. Physics, there's math involved. I don't know why I was bad at physics, actually. So a guy like me also, so I guess I have 5 people who like me, with 4 of them being women. Ooh, you got a guy liking you. Ooh, it's 2021. Jesus. That did a lot of damage. That had 20 damage. Ooh, bite, yes. What do I take out for bite? Head smashes. He smashes his head. I really like Stealth Rock to start off battles. It's just so good. I'm tempted to take out Stomp. I mean, like, Rock Smash is so annoying. The thing is, we have Bite and another guy, so we don't need it on Turkey. So, it's fine, I guess. Oh, excuse me, Jesus. Are you gonna go for any of them, Nathan? Chemistry, I partially memorized the periodic table. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, you know? It's hard to remember all that stuff. There was a song... Oh, let me see if I could... Hydrogen, helium, rap. Yes, I found it! This is from 2011, okay? This is the song that I listened to. This song's so good. To memorize... I needed to remember the first 20 in high school. For chemistry class. And this is literally... I never forget it until now. Because of this freaking song. I love this guy. These bars are so good. You gotta check this out, okay? Watch it. It's so good.
Hydrogen, helium, then lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, and neon, then sodium, magnesium, aluminium, silicon, and phosphorus, and sulfur, and chlorine, and argon, and then potassium, calcium.
I heard that on repeat the first 30 seconds like a billion times, and then I aced that quiz or whatever.
Scandium, titanium, vanadium, chromium, manganese precedes the iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, zinc, gallium, and germanium, arsenic. And
yeah, it gets kind of crazy there. That's why the first 20 was enough for me. This is the only way I learned it. Please do a full version where you rap the whole How does this only have 500,000 views? This is
Lenny Brody, 36 krypton. Every element could be recognized by its protons. And chemistry is basically the swapping of electrons. The number in the atom.
I never listened to this whole song. I never did. I only listened to the first 30 seconds, but it is gold. It is gold. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium. Anyway. Oh, did you know that song? Hell yeah, bro. I don't know. People say Muck backwards. Cum. You spelled Muck's name wrong, though. I named Muck Cum in this in one of our runs yesterday, actually. So, the geography song. Yeah, I didn't know the geography song until my sister told me it. Actually, I never heard it like when I was younger. But yeah, that's also another one. I forgot how that one goes. How'd it go? Geography song. Was it this one?
If you're looking at a globe or
I don't think it was this one. Oh, it was this one. It was this one, right? They're so old. See, this one has 33 million views. I feel bad for the other guy.
The nations of the world brought
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru.
Yeah, I didn't memorize it like that. I actually like geography a lot. There was some quiz game where you needed to know geography, and I have a friend who's like the smartest person I've ever known. His memory is the best I've ever known from anyone. Very nice guy too. And that's the only mode that I would like, that's the only category I would beat him in, because I literally studied the geography, but I already forgot everything. I memorized half that song. Nice. That's cool though. Let's see, what do you guys know? Let's see, geography. How much of a map? Let's do a geography test. It's just like the whole world. World countries. I'm not gonna be able to see chat, but you know what? I'll go on it on my phone maybe. We'll just do this for a second. I will just do it for a bit. Click on the map to start. Use mouse wheel to zoom. Malaysia. It like barely shows. What the hell? Alright, let's get back into Pokemon. I think I gotta train. Malaysia's in the sea. Yeah, I know. You know what's sad? I know someone from Malaysia, and I knew at one point where it was. I don't. Do you know where it is at exactly? So according to the FBI, you don't want to mess with a Scorpio? No way. Show me a link to that. According to the FBI, I doubt the FBI cares about any of that. I literally live in South. Oh yeah, yeah, Philippines. You would know. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, look. Okay. Ooh, what the hell? Oh, I was like, why does it show my Twitch? Yeah, I think my computer is bugging. What the hell's going on? All right. I know that it's somewhere here. I know that. I'm gonna guess that. Bro, it's one of these. That's Australia. All right, can they tell me the answer? Can they tell? Oh, there we go. Tell me the answer. Wait, where is the Philippines? It's all I know is this is Japan. This looks like Japan. All right. And this is South and North Korea, and I think is it on the other side? I don't know. What are you saying? Why is this at the bottom of Thailand? Where's Thailand? Wait, Thailand is somewhere here. I almost went to Thailand. Wait. I think I know where Thailand is, bro. Oh, come on. How's it none of these? Wait, you could zoom in. Maybe I have to zoom in. I don't remember where Thailand is. This is Southeast Asia, though. I don't think he knows where... I don't. Alright, we're just gonna... It's a yellow one under the blue. Okay, let me go back. Welcome, tofu. I tried that! What? Are you serious? Wait. Wait, what? This is Malaysia? Oh no, this is... Why is it showing in the water? Okay, Argentina is easier. It's... Hey, let's go! Cuba is below Mexico. Below Texas. Hey, let's go. Okay, let's stop this. Let me go back to Pokemon. No way. I knew that. The yellow one was Malaysia. It was literally in the sea, like you said. I thought you were like saying like it's surrounded by sea. Why did I stealth rock? Okay. You know, like well, let me train him a bit before looking at TikTok. The yellow one is Malaysia. Wait, the yellow one. Oh. Oh, that's a big area, yeah. I knew someone who was from Malaysia, but Jesus, I'm dumb. Oh, let's just stick to Pokemon where I'm also dumb. We're gonna get Turkey to level 20 and then we'll push for it. I don't want the game to be too easy, you know? But knowing myself, it won't be too easy. I gotta study Pokemon. I gotta become one with Pokemon, you know? I gotta learn how to become a better Pokemon. You know what I'm saying, guys? Let's go. Because it's gonna make it more fun, too.
Quietly lurking. Monkey do bad. Monkey do good. Monkey do very good.
I might watch this before you lurk then. Unless you're just pressing the buttons.
Goodbye.
Oh no. Oh my god. That's funny. That's like a dad joke. My dad would do that. I only memorize the type advantages. Yep. Me too. I don't only memorize the type advantages, but even the type advantages I forget. Because you have to remember the Pokemon's types as well. And then dual types get confusing. I have to remember special defense and all that stuff. I'm gonna literally like... I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream. I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream of just like studying that. Yo, I'll play Pokemon Trilogy. I was actually just thinking that. I'm not gonna play it now, but I might play it later tonight. On this channel, it's mostly Nuzlocks and then community games. Like, that's what I'm doing. So we're doing Pokemon Gaia right now. Gonna level... So it's 8th try. Gonna level Turkey to level 20 and then continue with the game, probably. I know. Showdown will be... maybe tonight. I don't know. We'll see. But we do community games here. Lol. But yeah, I do think that Showdown would help me get better also. Let's see. Charm. Cutting attack. Charm could be useful. I feel like I could use Turkey to set up for my other guys. Since he already has Stealth Rock. It's just Head Smash hits pretty hard and Stomp is not bad. But Stomp is a normal move. So we're gonna get rid of Stomp here. It does good damage, especially this early on, but like... I don't know. We have Pokemon that do decent damage already. And there's no stab because it's a normal move, so yeah. We're gonna just go back to where we were before. Unfortunately, we can't fly. Let me see. Make sure I have. Ooh, let's put our items back. We'll put experience share to Genie. We'll give leftovers back to Sleepy. And we'll give the lucky egg back to Chest. Ooh, I forgot to sell big pearls. Fluffy tail. Choice band could be useful. I don't know. I don't know what relic silver is. Silver con. Oh, it looks like it's from this game. Let's go sell our big pearl real quick. Ooh, I have 2. That's good. And then I would like some more great balls for later. We'll buy like 3 potions. And then antidotes are fine. These could get annoying. I would just buy like 1 of each. Full heal would be better, I guess. But I think they might be more expensive, so I think it's fine this way. Hey, we're finally ready to move on with the game. Oh, we literally were just around here, so we're fine. We're getting close to where we were towards the end of the game. I mean, the furthest run we got. I don't know why I said towards the end of the game. Not that close, though, but... We passed... Oh, yeah, we already got to the next village here. Jesus. Time to verse the Gym Leader. Look at that background change. Isn't that cool? Oh, I don't think I have to do this anymore. Yeah, I don't have to do it. What's up, girl? You ready to go down? You ready to go down? Not on me, but... Oh, I hope this is an easy battle. I really hope this is not that bad of a battle. Drifloon. Okay. Starts off potentially bad. He's a level 21. I'm gonna just hope that Needle Arm kills him. Why would Needle Arm kill him? You know what? That was smart. I did it on purpose to force her to heal. Oh, she's not healing. I guess if it's red, she would heal, but she's not gonna heal on yellow. Aftermath. Jesus. It's a lot of damage we took for the first Pokemon. Doublade? That Pokemon's strong. We'll go into Super Potion right away here. Oh, he has Aerial Ace. Thankfully, it doesn't do much. Doublade is Steel. Steel... What is he? Steel Ghost, yeah. So Ghost, Dark, Fire, Ground... We'll bite here for some super effective damage. Hey, we critted. She's definitely going to heal up here. Don't crit. Okay. Aerial Ace crit would be annoying. I think this will be fine. Hey, that did more than half damage. Let's go. Okay, Doublade is out. Oh, I forgot I had experience share on. Ivysaur. Maybe we train someone else. We don't have any flying moves. Poison. We don't even have poison moves. We'll just keep Chest out. That's a cool Pokemon. Oh yeah, I could cut him. Hey, Sleep Powder doesn't affect me. Get out of here. Wait, I thought in the game it says it's a bug type. So I guess Cut is not a bug type. It just, they made a mistake in the game. Okay. I thought maybe they changed it for some reason. Seed Bomb, let's go. Probably could take out Needle Arm for that. Yep. Oh, yes. And then I think it's just the starter left. Oh, get out of here. Oh, wait. It's not my rival. Why'd I say the starter? Let's go. What TM did we get? Roost. Okay. That's not bad. Let's change to a winter background because the next we gotta go to the cave now. I'm pretty sure. That was an easier battle than I expected. Why are you going in a house? Stupid. Hey. Let's go. I already versed these guys, thankfully. Genie's still... I think our guy's gonna evolve in 1 level too, which is pretty awesome. What's this? We bound to live here. What the hell? Hey, you can't send me these videos on Twitch, bro. I could get banned. Even if they don't show it, I think. It's too much. Ooh, a Spewa. We already caught a Pokemon here, so we can't, if anyone was wondering. I wonder what we gain access to once we get... Another choice, man? Once we get access to Surf. You know, then you know. Yeah, I'm a veteran weeb, bro. No, I'm not. Just a regular guy, bro, playing some Pokemon. That lived in Japan. That's a little weeby. I think we could go from here. Yeah. Ooh, poison. I want to see how much Seed Bomb does. Yeah. I know it wasn't very effective. I was just curious. Let's Seed Bomb again. Relic Crown, whatever that does. Mech Mail. What are these items? Mech Mail might be from other Pokemon games, and I just don't know what it does. Did we really just speed through him by accident? Ooh, a Voltorb. Explosion, one of the most annoying moves possible. Hey! Let's get the item here. Pinsirite. Ooh, that's actually pretty cool. Did not expect that. Oh, I should put the hat all the way back. Sometimes some... Oh. These tremors are scary. Oh, I lost to Eunice here because the Pokemon... Or the Grunt or the I don't remember if I lost to the Grunt or her. They level up like crazy out of nowhere. We lost one of our best runs to that, which is a shame. So Sucker Punch... Sucker Punch is really good. It only has 5 PP. I'm thinking to take out Spite. Confuse Ray is really... Or Hypnosis only hits for 60. So we're actually... we're going to take out Hypnosis. I think Confuse Ray is fine. It might have been better to keep Hypnosis and Confuse Ray. Because I could do both. I could Confuse Ray into Hypnosis. But... We'll just keep it at that for now. I'm warning you, kid. Don't stick around. We could train here, though, which is pretty cool. Level 17 Pokemon. This guy doesn't verse you. I already remember a lot of this game. Maybe I could even do a speed run on it. Imagine.
Suck a dick, suck a motherfucking dick, suck a dick, suck a huge or small. Oh, suck a dick,
that's beautiful.
Suck a dick, suck a motherfucking.
I think I've seen that before too, actually. We're just gonna bite. Don't want to run out of too much seed bombs. Sliggoo. And we're gonna... Oh. What typing is Sliggoo? Sliggoo type. Sliggoo is a dragon type, that's right. Ooh, Chest is gonna evolve. I think. Let's go! Come on, Chest. Gonna be a beast, baby. Chestnut, baby! Look how quick I am. I already changed the Pokemon and the overlay. Let's go. Maybe I'm over leveling him. It's just the rest of my team's kind of trash right now. Let's verse you. Look at him. He looks so funny. Hey. Ooh, a flying boy. And he didn't use a flying move. We might need item finders. Might as well just pick that up now. This is a bit tricky, but... Ooh, I'm a beast. That's actually really cool. Oh, na 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 na. We'll run away here. We're gonna have to train our guys even more soon. Na 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 na. So drunk and drunk. A silk scarf. That increases normal moves. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Here we could get another item. We get a... Hey, 3-bar shards. Shadow Claw, let's go. So, I think in this game, TMs actually work like HMs. So we could teach it to more than one Pokemon. So, Genie's actually going to be insanely strong now. Now, what I want to do is I want to make sure I'm teaching him... I'm pretty sure he's a special attacker. Yeah, he's a special attacker. So I don't even know if it's worth teaching him Shadow Claw. Because his attack is like literally half his special attack. Nightshade might be better. Inflicts damage matching the user's level. That's the only problem though, right? But it still does stab damage. It's actually hard to decide. Wait, he dies to ground too? Oh, cause Jesus, cause poison. I completely forgot about that. I'm gonna write that down. He dies to Psychic. Psychic Bug. I mean, Psychic, Ghost, and Dark is like easy to remember. Because those are like types that are all kind of together. But Ground is kind of out of nowhere. So I'm just going to write that down so I don't forget. Yeah, I don't think I'll teach him Nightshade. The thing is, Sucker Punch is also a physical move. Na 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 na. No, we're not gonna teach it to him. Na 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 na.
Your vegetable.
Oh my! You scared me, bro. I thought you just sent me something that's TOS. I legit thought that was a girl and her boobs.
Vegetable.
Jesus Christ. And that's a good one. That's actually a good one. Is it worth teaching Chest Shadow Claw? That's a bit of a harder thing to decide. Sucking and I'm talking all day, all night. See, Chestnut has physical. He's a physical, so he might be worth it to teach Shadow Claw to have more type coverage. But then we gotta get rid of Cut eventually, and when we get rid of Cut, we'll probably put Shadow Claw on. Technically, we could get rid of Rollout. Rollout is very risky in a Nuzlocke. But I don't know if any other... We could teach someone else Rock Tomb for rock coverage. I freaking love this song. We have Head Smash from Turkey. Yeah, you know what? Let's teach Chest Shadow Claw. And we'll get rid of Rollout. Rollout is just too scary. You see, okay, so you can... TMs do work like HMs in this game. Okay, cool. TikTok ruined it, in my opinion. That's a good song. Oh, TikTok does ruin a lot of songs. You did get me, Nathan. Bite and Shadow Claw have the same coverage, pretty much. That's actually very true. You're very smart, Tofu. Wait, that's very true. Oh, I wish I read that a bit sooner. That's actually a good point. Bite could flinch, but yeah, I probably should have taken out Bite. But it's fine. Giratina, Jesus. That's what you get when you play a randomizer. I didn't think of that. Dark and Ghost. What's the differences in what they're super effective against? So Ghost is super effective against Ghost and Dark. I haven't looked into it in a while. My type effectiveness is so bad. My everything is so bad. Psychic and Ghost. He doesn't kill Dark, right? And Dark is the same thing. Yeah, that's actually kind of dumb. I should have taken out Bite. But Bite's flinch could come in handy, I guess. That was a very good point to bring up. I think going up here... Okay, that just turns us back, yeah. So this is a useless ladder. And then going down here is where we came from. So up is the only way. The only way. And here... We already went through this, but they're talking about Reggie Ice. So they tell us to get out of here. And then we're forced into versing 2 or 3 of them. So I'd rather get a little bit of practice in here. Because I feel like my guys are too weak. Except Chestnut. Because if I remember correctly, she has like... They have like high level 20 Pokemon. Mid-level to high level. Maybe I'll just heal Chestnut and I'll just say F it and I'll go for it. You know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Because I don't want to run all the way back. Did I just waste... I probably... Oh, I don't have potions. Okay, so that was fine. Let's just go with Chestnut. He has a freaking level 36. You're going down, Eunice. You're going down, Grunt. I hope. What is the song, by the way? I don't remember what song was being played. Ooh, a Snivy, thank God. Weak Pokemon. The levels aren't as high as I remembered it. I only have 6 Seed Bombs left. Jesus. We'll go with a Shadow Claw. Let's go. Opening of Slime. The song that just played was opening for Magi, actually. If you'd like, you could song request your own music. I don't know if you're talking about Slime the anime, but alright. This opening is from Code Geass. I actually love both of those openings. Alright, we got a Charmeleon. Yeah, I know you're right. Yeah. Magi, that opening is one of my favorite anime openings. I get these mixed up. I play all the openings on OSU SM. OSU SM? What's OSU SM? You know what? Let's get some work in with a different Pokemon. Turkey, I want you to do something. You died to Ice, Fighting Steel, Ground, Fairy, and Dragon. But this is a freaking Charmeleon, okay? So if you Head Smash... Ooh, I should Stealth Rock into Head Smash, but... I don't know what moves Charmeleon has, so... Okay, he has Ember. Also, is a game? SM means so much. Ah, okay. Play all the openings on Osu so much. Osu. Osu. Oh, it's a rhythm game. Okay, cool. It sounded kind of familiar to me. Maybe because someone else mentioned it. Slime is nice, a sticky, just like something else. You guys could... you guys could put it if you want. Hey, Diego, you're back. How's your shower? We're doing well. We're doing well. Slime candy from Japan. Oh, slime candy from Japan.
And that Porsche obviously blundered the attack by the Mercedes, but...
That's cute. Ha, easy. I didn't laugh.
And that Porsche obviously blundered the attack by...
It's just hard to watch. It's just hard to watch the first one. Alright, this is good. I'm gonna Stealth Rock into... Probably should have used Turkey first just to Stealth Rock, but... No one died. Yes, no one died. Chest evolved, and everyone's looking good. Snorlax hasn't evolved yet, no. I didn't want to train them way too much, you know? I wanted to have some sort of challenge. Let's go. Let's go. Turkey doesn't have much health, though. I mean, they're low levels, but... Oh, I forgot to put it in... Oh, no, it's not in set mode. I keep thinking it's a hardcore Nuzlocke for some reason. So, Aeon... We could use Fios against Aeon. Fios dies to Fire, Ice, Poison, Flying, Psychic, and Fairy. But I don't think Aeon's gonna have anything crazy. The guy who lost minutes after. I know. I might lose right now, too. Stealth Rock worked, which is cool. Apom... Why did I say Aeon? Apom is a normal type, right? So we could just double kick here. Get out of here. I think we have to verse another grunt, but we didn't take much damage, which is really good. My name is Eunice, Elder Knight of the New Elders. Alright, Eunice. You have a funny name. Eunice is either a cool or a funny name. I can't tell. Oh, it's like Yun Ice. Was that what it's supposed? Level 25. We lost like a few rounds. Like a few runs ago to her because she has crazy high level Pokemon. This is actually bad. Because she probably has a strong ice move. So I'm tempted to change it out. She dies to Fighting, Steel, Onyx, Ground, Water, and Grass. Tyrantrum dies to Ice 2. Virizion dies to Ice 2. It might be good to change to Gengar, but she might have a Ground move. I don't know what to do here. Let's see. She dies to Grass as well, though. Because she's an Ice Rock. Maybe we could one-hit KO with Seed Bomb. Let's try to Seed Bomb her. Let's go! Okay, that worked. Oh yeah, I'm Fighting type as well, that's right. Wait, Chestnut is Fighting type? Oh, he's Grass Fighting. You know why I forgot that? Because his prior evolutions aren't, that's why. But yeah, I would still die to Ice, or get hit by Ice. It just wouldn't be like... Let me write down everything he dies to. He dies to Ice, Poison, Fire, Psychic, Fairy, and Flying. Well, Fairy times... I mean, Flying times 4. You're so good. I know, I'm getting so lucky, right? It's because Tofu's here and giving support. And everyone else. Okay, executive, whatever, could use Confusion most likely. Confusion's pretty strong and low levels for some reason. I want to change to Gengar, but again, Confusion. I wish I had a Fire Pokemon, but... Who do I change into? Like, all my guys died to Psychic. Except Tyrantrum doesn't, and Grass is fine against Tyrantrum, but he's injured. And Fairy is very weak HP-wise. I could change into... She has pretty high-level Pokemon. I could just keep Chest. I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be... Oh, she has 4 Pokemon. Jesus. Damn. I know whatever, has Confusion. Like, I've been playing too often to know. But he dies to a lot. We're just gonna Shadow Claw him. Well, we should be faster than most Pokemon. So. Crit too. Let's go. I shouldn't think too much on it. It's just whenever I hurry, I usually lose. And usually, like, oh, look at the next Pokemon. It's literally us. We're gonna verse ourselves right now. That's hilarious. Usually when it's like the next day when I stream and I come back to a Nuzlocke, I get so cocky, like I forget that I have to think, and then we lose a Pokemon or something. So I'm just gonna Shadow Claw him too, actually. Okay, he bites. That's fine. Literally doesn't matter. Obviously, there are some differences between Dark and Ghost in terms of effectiveness, but they're both super effective on the same thing, so yeah. I feel like I could have replaced Bite. Killing himself from the past. I know, right? Geodude. Oh my god. Let's go. Are you kidding me? I hope all our guys can learn different moves, though. We have to catch more Pokemon just in case they can't learn the HMs that are necessary. Because, you know, otherwise the run is over. Let's go. Thankfully, she didn't have crazy level Pokemon, or crazy Pokemon. And her highest level Pokemon was only level 26, so that was good. This is going to be the furthest we've made it since, like, run 2 or something. Get out of here, Eunice. We had a run with a good Pokemon. We had Aggron, we had a Dusknoir. We had some cool Pokemon, and then just like that, they were gone. Oh, we're back. I love this city. It looks so cool. We're not gonna go to the... I don't think we have access to the gym yet. Let me see. Yeah, we don't have access to the gym yet. But I wouldn't want to go there yet either. I mean, anyway. So we have quick access to going back. I remember you could verse a girl here since we did this before. We could verse this girl, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Camerupt. Zekrom? Oh. Look at it. Look at that color. Those are legendary, bro. Oh, he's an electric dragon, right? I'm just gonna Seed Bomb. Dragon Rage. Ooh, he's trying to learn Shadow Punch. See, I'm kind of happy I didn't teach him... Wait. No, Shadow Claw would have been better. We don't need to teach him Shadow Punch. It can't be evaded, which is pretty nice, though. I kind of like this setup, though, with Spite and Confused Ray, so we're not. Killer's brother. That's actual Assassin. True. That is Assassin. For those that don't know, we were... Our best run was with Reshiram. And we named him Killer because he killed our starter, which was Aladdin, which was Charmeleon. And, yeah. Ugh, that was such a good run. The levels in this game just randomly go up out of nowhere. And it's, like, irritating. Alright, we have an opportunity to catch some new Pokemon. So, I think we have access to... Oh, yeah, we don't have Ultra Balls yet, but... Let's just buy some more Great Balls. We have Hyper Potions already, though. Can we sell anything? What is Rare Bone? I'm assuming we could do some... 2,500. Yeah, we'll just keep it for now. Let's get rid of a Nugget. That's fine. We could probably buy more. I just don't want to overbuy when we might get access to Ultra Balls soon. So there is that, you know. Okay, we got Relic. Didn't mean to go there. Toxic Orb. Top hours. By the way, we are doing a 24-hour stream this month. So that's going to change some stuff up. That's going to be really fun. That's for the Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. We're going to do a 24-hour stream for that. And then for... then we'll do a 24-hour stream when Arceus comes out as well, which I think is December or November. Pokemon Legends Arceus release date. January. Okay. January 28th. So yeah, we're going to do a 24-hour stream on hopefully the day it comes out. But around then as well. So that should be quite fun. We haven't done a 24-hour stream in a while. When Miss Summit, what will... Oh, wait. Let's change to someone that actually could not kill the Pokemon reverse. Actually, Chest... Whoa! Did you guys see that? I didn't know you could do that. He literally just cut the area around him. That's so cool. Okay, what are we catching? A Horsey! Ooh, That's actually pretty good. Horsey is awesome. I kind of want to replace someone on the team for Horsey. Because that's more type coverage, and Kingdra... would have to get King's Rock for Kingdra, though. I don't know if it's easy to get a King's Rock in this game. So it's a bit hard to know if it's worth it. But he only... Like Kingdra... A lot of our guys now die to a lot of stuff. Kingdra would only die to, like, Dragon and Fairy, right? So... Yeah. And Water could give us Surf. I just have to be careful not to kill him or her. So let's change to Fairy. And Charming Cry I think only does 40. It's not 40 damage obviously, so we should be okay. What is up, Nico? Oh, that's quite a bit of damage though. How are you? I'm doing good. How are you doing? I checked out your video on your other channel that you wanted me to check out. It was great. The music channel. I really liked that video. This is from Naruto. Naruto! What am I doing? Okay. Come on. I actually really want this Horsey. What do you guys want to name her? Please, Horsey. You're level 19. Let's go! First try! Oh yeah, you hate this song. I keep forgetting because it's overplayed. I'll skip it for you. Oh yes, we got a Horsey. Oh yes, oh that's so good. I'm so happy. Any nicknames? I'm gonna go pee. You guys think of nicknames while I pee. Yeah, I'm gonna go pee. Think of some names. I'll be right back. Thanks for watching my AMV. Yeah, bro. It was a good AMV. Thanks for sending it to me. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I have to change the PP screen. Anyway. Name it. No clue. Wait, name what? Sorry. Name it, no clue. Oh, you have no name. Let me just save the game because we made a lot of progress. Name it Not Fairy. Welcome, Tony. Hi, my Tony is name. That was funny. Name it Not Fairy. Seahorse. Not Fairy is, I like Seahorse. Seahorse is, I like short names though. But we'll go with, hey, hi, I'm new. Welcome. Someone who's new actually used it. That's beautiful. Usually it's just people who are not new that are using it. Alright, let's go with... I like Seahorse. Seahorse sounds good. Sorry, Tony. Not fairy. It actually works. I want to make it also like do something. It's on cooldown for me. Aww. Let's go with Seahorse here though. Seahorse is a good name. Seaworse. No, that's dumb. He's not worse. He's good. He's a seahorse. She's a seahorse. Hell yeah. Oh, I gotta start writing down. Yo, wait. Can I actually cut this down with cut? Because if I can, this whole game is like completely different. Oh no, you can't. Okay, that would be crazy. That would make sense though. All right, now we cut. I think we're gonna use him. Hey, welcome Tofu. I can say it now. Yeah, I'll just reiterate. We basically play Pokemon Nuzlocke here, and then do community games from time to time. And that's pretty much the channel. Alright, I think, and I'm not that good at games, but I'm, Pokemon included, even though I've played Pokemon for years, but I'm getting better. Who do we replace for Seahorse? You know what, let's first see what else we're gonna catch. It's good that she's level 19 also. Replace Fairy, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The thing that's good about Fairy though is that she has Fairy moves which counter Dragon, and Dragon could be very scary. But then, I mean, if we could get Ice Beam, then we won't have to worry about that, you know. Okay, Windmist Summit. Whew. So first time we ever caught a Pokemon in Windmist Summit since like the first or second run. Plays Chestnut? No. The only reason I won't replace Chestnut is because it's the starter. And, you know, just for feels good type thing. But yeah, Chestnut has way too many weaknesses. Like, grass Pokemon suck in Pokemon games. Well, grass Pokemon are only in Pokemon games, but it's kind of a dumb thing to say. Alright, so I know here... Yeah, we could catch one more Pokemon before moving on with the game. I'm pretty sure. Because we have access to this area, Adamist Heights. Adamist Heights. I'm just gonna write that down so I don't forget. Why make my IQs go down? What, you think I should replace Chestnut? Oh yeah, someone told me to put IQ on the screen. But I don't know where I could put it. So I'll think about... What was that? I'll think about doing that. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, replace... P break screen. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see what we're gonna get. Yeah, Genie up front is good, I think. First of all, what is this? Thunderwave. Okay, not bad, I guess. What are we getting? What are we getting? Oh my god, a Zorua! I love Zoroark. I love that Pokemon, bro. Chestnut is best Pokemon? Exodia is the best Pokemon. True. I actually still play Yu-Gi-Oh! With my cousin and my brother. It's pretty fun. Zorua is really cool. I don't know how good it is. I feel like it's not that... I used it before when it... the gen that it came out. I actually used Zorua. But I don't feel like it's that good of a Pokemon. It's probably better than someone on our team, though. We'll try to catch him anyway. What is this next song? Why can't I hear it? No, it's just the end of this song. Okay. What is he using? Furry Swipes? What a loser. It's actually the perfect Pokemon to go up against him, if I don't kill him. Zorua is a dark type, which means dark dice to... I'm gonna try to memorize. I've been trying to memorize. Dark dice to... Fighting beats dark. Ta-na. I love the song. Bug beats dark. And... Because you fight bugs in the dark. That's why fighting in bug beats dark. Oh,
Kimitonius name is now following.
Arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you for the follow, man. Thanks for the follow, Tofu. Thank you both for the follow.
Thanks for the follow.
I appreciate it.
Tofu24554 is now following.
Replace Munchlax? I was thinking that Snorlax would be pretty beefy, though, you know? Pretty good. The thing is, like, if I replace Munchlax, then I guess I'll keep Fairy. Because it doesn't really make sense to have Fairy and Munchlax on the same team. Or Munchlax and Clefairy on the same team. I do have a Moonstone, so I could evolve to Clefable. But yeah. Hopefully Rock Smash doesn't kill you. I don't think it'll kill you. Don't kill him. Oh! That was... Bro! Come on! The bar went, and then it went faster. That's BS. Whatever. I didn't want it. It's fine. I didn't want it. Oh, Yoasobi. She? She loved Yoasobi. And I think she had another account named Tofu. Wait, maybe not. Yoasobi is good. Ano yume o nazote. I promised that dream or something. It's okay. At least none of our guys died. Zorua is dead though. Okay, Edamist Heights. I wonder if there's a secret entrance here somewhere. By the way, I was wondering, Tofu, if you were alt account for a second. Are you? I don't think you are now, but it's always tricky, like, with stuff like that, because some people just make alt accounts. I don't think we have access to the tunnel. Oh, we do have access? Oh, it's just Frostbite cave. Yeah, so it's not... You're watching Fate Night? Ooh, I haven't watched it, but do you like it? We got another Mewtwo night? I don't know, am I? Oh, now I'm confusion. I don't know, Chi likes Yoasobi, and then I think Chi's other alt account starts with Tofu. But I could be wrong. You might have talked about Osu before. I don't know. I don't like when people do that, though. Because then I feel like an ass if it's someone actually different. And then I feel dumb when it's an old account. Oh, I got Choice Scarf from that person. Oh, wow. Thank you for the sub. I don't think you are Chi now.
Tofu24554 just
Because if
subscribe.
it was an alt account, you wouldn't use your alt account to sub. Wow. Thank you. I appreciate that. Wait, I have to play this.
Wow.
Thank you for the sub, Tofu. Yeah. Making me wear a hat. Oh, I forgot to keep the chicken hat on. That's right. Okay. Subtle art is cool, but it'd be cool if I put a filter over your face that made you look like Aang going into the avatar. I'm gonna try to make that. Aang. Oh, welcome back, by the way, Cortez. Avatar state, filter, face. I can't make it perfect because my face isn't always in the same place, but I'll try to do that. Okay, 5 out of 5 subs. Do you know what that means, guys? That means the wheel of fortune. Okay. What will you guys make me do? Komi can't communicate anime? Wait, who's Komi? Wheel hype indeed. Wait, watch this. Even more wheel hype. Okay. Anime lines. I guess I should have put the wheel in the middle, but what will happen? We will see. Will I have to eat jelly beans? Will I put more hats on? I forgot to put this hat on. Will I have to eat hot sauce? Will I take a shot of alcohol? Will I be able to put this hat on? I was able. The world may never know. We're spinning the wheel. And it's landing on... beans. Oh, beans. Sheesh indeed. We got beans. Which means I have to eat now 3 stupid jelly beans. Ugh. It's... Oh, let's see. Mexican moment? What? Oh, beans? You know what? I'll eat 4. I'll eat 4, okay? I'll eat 4. I feel like 3's not enough. And Tofu kicked off the sub goal. So, I'll eat 4. In my appreciation, okay? We got brown, orange, pink, and something else I put in my mouth. You are a beaner. It's just so nasty. Wait. Ugh. Oh, I got one good one. It's like almost overpowering the other ones. I got the gum. I got gum again. Ew. Yeah. Wait, let me see. Yeah. Let me see if it reloads the overlay. No, it stayed at 5. Whatever. I'll fix it after stream. You're still in Genshin? You're back. You're going. Enjoy Genshin. I'm uninstalling Genshin. Yeah, I played Genshin when it first came out. I was streaming on YouTube. It was like one of the first games I was streaming. A lot of great memories from that, and I met some cool people. Oh my god. But Genshin is like, I don't know, there's something about it that's kind of eh. It was too much. I didn't like that content kept coming out. Ew, I spit it out. I spit a part of the bean out. Let me go get a napkin. Ew, nasty. It's not the, it's just they keep adding new content, and it's like, they keep adding new characters, and it's annoying. It's like, I thought my team was good, but now I want this new character, and you just have to always grind. And so many events and stuff, you know? That's why I stopped playing it. I was pretty high level in that game, though. And I was actually decent. That was like one game I was actually maybe decent in. I don't know. Chad could correct me. I kind of don't want Tyrantrum because he dies to so much, but he has Rock. He has Head Smash, which is pretty cool. We might take out Munchlax, actually. It's just, a Snorlax is so good. It's like a hard decision. I have to think of the type coverage. I definitely want Seahorse in, because Seahorse is Seahorse. Like, I really look at weaknesses a lot. So, like, you only have 2 weaknesses. Like, that's pretty good. Legendary, we kind of have to keep. Our starter is our starter. Gengar is a freaking Gengar. It really goes between Turkey and Munchlax. Take off. Yeah, I'm taking out the leftovers. I actually remember that. It's pay to win, my biggest problem. You were good in Breath of the Wild. I got good in Breath of the Wild, right? I was pretty bad in the beginning, but yeah. That was fun. Who do we give leftovers to? We'll give it to Seahorse, because I don't know when she evolves, and she's probably pretty sucky until then. People like me. Oh, what did I just do? There's like some shortcut where you could make the screen wide. Professional streamer over here. Okay, let me change. What's annoying is I have to manually change it, but let's get Horsey in here. Bada bing, bada boom. Look at that beautiful Pokemon. A little big, but we'll leave it that way. Okay, so before we verse the gym, I would like to train our guys a bit more. Probably get Seahorse a bit up there. We did just verse like a level 24. I want to see what she had. Ooh, already has a dragon move. That's actually pretty cool. Wait, I want to see if Rock Smash is considered... It says it's a fighting move in this game. I don't know if it was a mistake or not. I don't know. Bada bing, bada boom. You're now a boomer. Oh god, I guess that's how life goes, right? If you ask a boomer, they'll be like, life passes by really quickly. You know? You haven't played Genshin for 2 months? Yeah, I haven't played Genshin in a while either. I wonder, Nathan, if you're still here, do you still play it? Alright, I'm gonna, I think, carry with Chestnut. And then just put experience share on Seahorse. I don't know why I put... We could probably take the experience share off of Genie. And, this is a great anime opening, by the way. Give it to Seahorse. Fairy is still low. Turkey is a bit low. Let's give it to Fios. Leftovers. I don't know why. I don't want him to die. It's okay. It's okay. I could ask him later. If he's lurking, it's fine. He might have gone to sleep also. Let's just proceed with... Ooh, what is this Whammon doing? Whammon! Climb high enough and you'll reach Apex Temple. Oh, we could catch more Pokemon here. That's... Oh, what the hell? I didn't see you there. Actually, I didn't see that guy. Kindler Mylan. Mylan is a cool name. Mylan? I don't know. It's only level 22. I'm just gonna Shadow Claw. Shadow Claw to death. Crowkanoke. Seed Bomb. Let's go. I still play it. I'm actually playing... Are you playing it right now? Oh, Jesus. Nice. Oh, Altaria Knight. Ooh, because you can Mega Evolve in this game. For those that don't know, like, playing Pokemon Gaia. Alright, let's see. A Guard of War. This is actually not a bad place to train. I don't know if we should keep training Chestnut, but... I mean, Chest. But he has a pretty high level. So... If he has anything going for him, it's that. Seed Bomb is pretty strong, too. Shadow Claw is nice to have. Why are you awing, bro? Does he have it? Focus slash or something? You have experience. I do have experience share on, yeah. I know that the Pokemon levels go up like crazy out of nowhere around here. Jesus, how do I pass by her while speeding up? So I just want to make sure that, you know, everything's good like that. Let me show Kami-sama no. TTS, but no, you didn't hear it? It went oh, and then that's it. Was it not loud enough? I can make it louder. Ooh, Bubble Beam. Bubble Beam, 65. Yeah, get out of there, water gun. I love when it's a simple thing and you're like, okay, obviously I don't need water gun here. I changed quality to 480 and it feels like I'm watching a 16K movie. Yeah, once we get partnered, which, you know, might take some... Why did I Shadow Claw? Might take some time, but once we get partnered, I think things are going to be better in terms of... Aurora Beam. Oh, that's pretty cool. Things are going to be better in terms of quality. Do you guys think I should teach Aurora Beam to anyone? Because then people who are partnered have the ability to kind of push 1080p or 720p quality to everyone. But yeah. I got a Goog artifact? I don't know what that is. Is that good? Oh, a good artifact. Oh. I don't want to train too much where it becomes boring. But we just finished a hardcore Nuzlocke. We just did a Leaf Green hardcore Nuzlocke, so I'm kind of... I wanted to chill with this Nuzlocke. I thought we would do like 2 or 3 runs. There's already 8th run, so I guess over leveling to okay number is not that bad. Not only that, but ooh, imagine we caught that. Imagine we caught a freaking Zygarde at 100% level Zygarde. Yeah, can't catch it though. Imagine we die to it. Seahorse is level 23, which is pretty good. Our other guys definitely need to do more work, so I think I'm gonna let Chess take a little bit of a break once he reaches level 40. How is installing Genshin? Terrible. I probably still have... I haven't turned on my PS5 in a while. Let's go with Bite again. Oh, you made another AMV. Send it to me on Twitter. I'll check it out, bro. I remember when I played Pokemon X for the first time, I got a shiny Zygarde. Jesus! That's freaking awesome. Are you kidding me? I wonder what the percentage is. I wonder, like, what the... Ooh, the next Nuzlocke, depending on when we finish this one, because we're going to do a 24-hour stream of... Well, actually, regardless. I think the next Nuzlocke I want to do is a shiny lock. I don't know which game yet, so you guys could give recommendations or whatever. But I want to do a shiny lock. And yeah, I think different Pokemon games have different probabilities of shiny probabilities, so that's kind of interesting. Should have named him Back instead because he's just big carrying. True. I named him Chess because Chestnut or whatever, right? I'm not original. I see the name and I just shorten it, and that's another word, so that's his name. Like for Horsey, if no one gave me a name, I would probably name it Horse. Actually, Horse space A would be funny. Or like C, or something dumb like that. You didn't upload it? Oh, okay. Oh, who was installing Genshin? Nico was installing it. Nico doesn't live in the States though, so... again, I did see... Did he just dig? This man literally just digged in front of my face. You know what? Hit me. What are you gonna do? Yeah, exactly. Ugh. Oh, level 40. That's freaking heavy. Horsey. Yeah, that one works too, I guess. I want Seahorse to be level 25. What level does Seahorse evolve? I mean, Horsey... Seahorse... Jesus. What level does Horsey evolve into Seadra? Level 32. Okay. Let's confuse Ray. And then just Nightshade you. And then Sucker Punch you. And then Nightshade you. Hey, he's level 25. Oh, he teleported. Really? But Shiny Lock should be fun. Wait, no. He's a normal type. Bye-bye. Don't want to deal with that. Music by a boy band called The Wanted. Oh, cool. I think I've heard The Wanted. Good luck with the artifacts. They're hard to get good ones. That's another reason I kind of stopped streaming Genshin specifically. Because I grinded the hell out of that game. And I spent hours on trying to get... What's his name's artifact? They keep teleporting away. What's his name? The fire guy. I already forgot. The fire guy's artifact. I literally just spent days and hours. And it was just a sad story. Diluc, yes, thank you. Diluc. Nico, good luck with the... Oh, so much grind, not enough rewarding payoff. Yeah. Like, the thing is, if the game was... Medichemite, nice. If the game was finished, it would be different. You know? If the game was finished, then I'd be like, okay. You know? Technically, I could... Ooh, a Gardevoir would be cool to catch. But, I mean, I already have Gengar. Anyway. Like, you would know what to go for. Like, this artifact is the best artifact for Diluc or whatever. And then you just go for that. And once you get it, like, that's the best thing you could have on it. But because they keep updating with new characters and stuff, it's never ending. Oh, I should have attacked him for XP. I thought there might have been a secret spot there. Which is what I didn't like about it. I enjoyed the grind, just no end game. Yes! Same. Because Spiraled Abyss is boring to me. That's fair. And it takes them so long for updates. Which is a bit weird to me, because they make a lot of... They made a lot of money off of that game, you know? Do I trust in Genie? Yeah, you know what? Let's take a risk. I'll just confuse Ray into Nightshade. There we go. Braxian, another fire guy. We could use Turkey here. Kind of high level. We missed. We both missed. Ooh, imagine the recoil kills Turkey. That would have been bad, but you know, we were fine there, thankfully. Let's put Seahorse in. Actually, no, Seahorse is not the... We'll put our starter back. I don't think I went this... Oh, I did go this way. Ignis Roost, Apex Temple. And what's to the right? Ignis Valley, yeah. So we could catch a few more Pokemon, which also makes it kind of dumb to train certain guys. Because we could get better guys. At one point, I would like to stick to one team, though, you know? I don't want to be training like 30 guys. Oh! I didn't realize I didn't verse her. I don't want no focus energy. I could have changed for Zigzagoon. Why do I use Shadow Claw? Just want to use a different move and I used Shadow Claw. That was really dumb. Okay, so yeah, that's the only way we could go. Up or to the right. Let's go heal up first. But yeah, I could understand that. What level were you when you stopped, Tofu? I know a lot of people got rid of the game when the newest when the anniversary happened, the 1-year anniversary in September. And they didn't give many rewards, and people were kind of pissed. I know the rating of the game went down, and I'm pretty sure like people probably like uninstalled it. Rank 45. Oh, not bad. What rank? Nathan, do you remember what rank I was? I was pretty high. I might have been 45. I think I was 50 actually. Oh, if I kept playing it, I could have possibly been known in the community, because I started playing it right when it came out. I was starting to build a little bit of a community around it, but Pokemon is... I don't know. I feel like Pokemon, you could just do so many things. I had like 3 24-hour streams in that game, too. Ignis Valley. I don't think we could verse any wild Pokemon here. Because I came here in our second run. Steel Wing. Getting Steel Wing is nice, though. Did you guys ever play this game? If you don't mind me asking. Yeah, you can't do anything here until you get Strength. But here, you can catch some Pokemon up there. Oh, he's just on... What is he, Electric? Wait, no, then he wouldn't be... Whatever. Castileo Cone. It's a weird name. I'm going to check. Hey, another Zygarde. Okay, cool. I played Gaia before, I think like 1 or 2 years ago. Oh, cool. What'd you think of it? This is my first time playing it, and I'm playing it randomized. For some reason. Like, a lot of Nuzlocke I do, I just do randomized. I was 49? Oh, wow. I was 49 AR. I was very close to 30. To 50 then. Damn, and that was like months ago, Nathan, right? That was like, because I was playing that game a lot when it first came out. It was enjoyable for the time I played it. I should have expected a wing attack. Okay. I was like, you're level 23. You're not gonna do anything to me. No. I don't want to verse you. I don't think he verses me. No, I forgot I have to verse him. Wait. You don't verse me yet, right? Oh, okay. Okay, leave. Goodbye. I don't... Do we just continue on with the story with sucky guys and 1 level 40? It's a good game, one of the better ROM hacks I played. Pretty easy though compared to most ROM hacks. Yeah, that's what I read before I started it as well, pretty much. I just did a Leaf Green hardcore randomizer Nuzlocke where I wasn't allowed to catch any Pokemon. So I wanted a little break from that like hardcoreness, and people were saying to do a ROM hack. So I thought, why not? And I looked some up, and this one looks good. So yeah, it was 6 months or less if I remember correctly. Oh, okay. Yeah, it was quite a while ago. That's all I know. I know you know kinda see me sire. Oh, what will we catch? Remoraid. A Remoraid? I don't want no Remoraid. You know what? If you survive this cut, I'll catch you. Alright, well, you're dead. I should have caught it in case Horsey dies, so we have someone that can learn surf, but yeah. Okay, this was Ignis something. Ignis Roost. PP, guess my AR? Oh yeah, that's right. 46. Oh my god! Are you serious? We had a stupid Remoraid as our encounter, and the next Pokemon is a Haxorus? God damn. That would have been a sexy encounter. Bro, the game is playing with me. What the hell? Oh, let's change the background. I forgot to change it. Takaima. I don't think he has high-level guys. Why do you have a Latias, man? This song used to be the biggest song in Japan. Wait, did I guess? 48. Hey, Shadow Claw actually demolished Latias. Makes sense. Shino Hikari. Seahorse is level 27. Pretty nice. Let's stick to chest. Did you just knock off my lucky egg, you piece of shite? You beat me too? Yeah, you suck, man. Oh. I gotta verse the rest of them. Oh, every other Pokemon here are Haxorus. You're 55 AR already? Jesus. You deal more damage. I would hope you deal more damage than me now. Nice. I love how that guy doesn't verse you. Ooh, Mudshot. That's actually a great move, because I think his attack and special attack are around the same. Damn it, I should take out Cut. Oh yeah, now I could take out Bite now. I forgot about that. I have to figure out where the move remover is though. I think it's in a later town though. Welcome back, Diego. Everyone is still alive, so that's pretty cool. Pretty rare, pretty cool, pretty rare. Our guys are too low level. Why do you seed bomb? It doesn't matter. He's dead. Beedrillite. Porygon's. I always forget what type. I forget what type half these guys are. Okay, Shedinja dies to fire. Shedinja dies to Shadow Claw. Okay, good. Shedinja has so many things, but. Speaking for yourself, I'm dead. True, Tofu is dead. Tofu tastes good though. I mean, I guess I should do an awe. Such a good run. I always think yeah, it is. I don't want to jinx it, but it is a pretty good run so far. Swampert, yes. The only thing you're good for, Chess, to go up against Swampert. This is literally the only reason you exist. I love tofu too. I miss eating tofu. I lived in Japan for 2 years, and I used to buy tofu all the time when I was living there. I'm gonna flex that I lived in Japan real quick. I like that Seahorse is almost level 30. Just because of experience here. She evolves at like level 32, so we're just gonna keep the experience share there until she evolves, and then probably change to the other guys because they are lacking right now. I was just thinking we might get better Pokemon. Like a Kingdra I could see keeping forever, you know? Okay, there are no Pokemon in here in Apex Temple. Because I tried last time and there were no Pokemon. I used Shadow Claw again. I'm like so dumb. Oh yeah, I forgot I have Mudshot. Mudshot is gonna be really good against electric, like against Raikou and stuff. That'll be like good. Ew, I don't want a double battle. Nope. I actually don't want to. Double battles are a bit scary. We don't need to double battle, but probably. I'm literally using things that don't affect you because I thought you were a freaking flying type, and that's it. Because I'm an idiot. Oh, I could seed bomb you though, right? Okay. What type is it? I'm not changing. Chest is carrying us. I'm not changing. What I will do though is I'm gonna super potion him before the girl. Oh no, I don't think he versus you. He wants Reggie Rock. Oh, I have to verse sub now. Oh no. Wait, so why did he? Oh. I thought he was gonna verse. Why did he heal my Pokemon? What was the point of that? Maybe there was more stuff I could have done in that tower. Okay, the only reason I'm skipping through all this is because we got through this in a previous run. Otherwise, I would read it all. Worrying. Don't worry. Don't. I love how I made the backgrounds. Oh, I think it's like so cool. I'm so proud of myself. Hey, now we have access to... Ooh, I wonder if we'll have access to the top area. Well, obviously we can't do the strength part anymore. We could verse the gym, I'm guessing now. Yeah. Do we want to verse the gym? Yeah, we'll verse the gym. I don't care. Ice. Yeah, I'll mud-shot you again. I don't mind. Weeping Bell? Oh, I have to mud-shot again. That's fine. Jesus, we're too high levels. Ooh, ooh. We flew through this with Killer, with Reshiram, but we're kind of flying through the... And he wasn't over-leveled. But we're flying through this with an over-leveled guy now, so that's pretty cool. Let's Shadow Claw. Against Spoik. I think Shadow Claw is super... Yep. Hey, Horsey is gonna evolve soon, which is pretty cool. Koto wa mada aru kai boku ni dekiru koto wa mada... Oh. I messed it up. Wait, what? Oh, I get it. Yuki takara. I have to get to this ice one. Guys, am I dumb or is this hard? I think... Huh. Maybe I should... Okay. Jesus, I'm getting a headache. Oh, I have to do that. Okay. And then that and that? Wait, what? There we go. I don't know what I just did, but it worked. I should have bought more super potions, to be honest. Oh, I love Cacturne. This reminds me of Pokemon Emerald so much, like of when I was younger. I still don't know what kills it. I was such a bad I'm so bad. Let's see. If I could do that. I'm good at puzzles though, right? Look at that. Look at that skill. Okay. We made it to her. We have to hope that he can just kill everyone. We have enough PP for our moves. Let's check our bag. We have 3 super potions, which isn't much. That's actually really not much. Maybe we should go back, but no, we're not losers. We're gonna fight her. This could be really bad right now. Good night, Nathan. It might be a new run tomorrow. Please don't have like some crazy Vogon. This stream is so epic. Because we're doing well today, right? Let me take stream stretch. Oh my god, my back! My back actually cracked, bro. It's like, can I love anymore? Can you... yeah, that's the words. Let me go get more water, because I ran out. And I need more, because those jelly beans were nasty. Oh, can I still love? That's what he says throughout the whole song, or she, or whatever. And then in the end they go, I can still love. Cliffhanger. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. Let's see what happens. Okay, we've seen so many Scraggies already. Level 26, not bad. Not bad. We're gonna go for some stab damage with Seed Bomb here. Yes, that worked out perfectly. Reggie Ice? Oh my... A Reggie... That's literally like the worst Pokemon you could have against me. Like, that's not good for me. Shit. Yeah. If I trained Turkey up more, I could have hit it. Right? Because Reggie... Oh my god. Reggie Ice dies to Steel, Fire, Fighting, and Rock. And all we have are Fighting and Rock. Well, I don't want to lose anyone. I don't want to lose anyone, okay? I'm gonna do some preparation here, okay? I don't know which gen this takes from, but it's Fire Red, Leaf Green, ROM hack, so I'm gonna assume it takes from there. So we can assume that Reggie Ice most likely has... Yo, imagine he uses Explosion. Oh my god. Okay, so we can be pretty sure he has Explosion, Icy Wind, Curse, and possibly Superpower. I don't think it's that high level that it'll have Ancient Power. Taking that into account, I don't mind changing into Genie. You might get one shot. Yes, Chest is fighting, but Ice is Oh yeah, Chestnut is fighting type. I still kills him because Ice kills fighting. Ooh, let me be even smarter. Icy Wind is a special type move. If we look at Chestnut, Chestnut's special defense sucks. Or it doesn't suck, but it's not that good. I think we're gonna change into Genie, do Confuse Ray, and then possibly change into Chest, depending on what Reggie Ice does to Genie. If he explodes and Genie... Okay, Genie is faster, that's good. Come on, Reggie Ice. Hit yourself. Hit yourself. Icy Wind. Damn it. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. Oh, you're so right, Tofu. I didn't even think of that. He can't use I hope he uses Explosion. I don't think that it's that dumb, though, the AI. Damn. Okay. Ooh, I could spite his Icy Wind. I could spite his Icy Wind. This is why we have Spite. How much PP does Icy Wind have? Okay, it hurt itself. Good. Oh, it has 15 PP. Okay, so it hit once. I'm assuming it... Well, we don't know if it uses it again. So, 14 minus 3, it's 11. It's at 11 right now. Can I spite twice in a row? No! I have to wait for him to attack, yeah? I'm an idiot. Okay, whatever. He hit himself. I knew that would happen. It's okay. He could hit himself. Let's go with Nightshade. Since he could hit himself. Okay, that's not... No, he snapped out of confusion. Don't crit, don't crit. Don't crit. Okay. That's not bad, that's not bad. We have a few super potions left because I'm an idiot that didn't go and buy more. But we'll super potion and then go into a confuse ray. Oh, he used curse. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Please, please hit yourself. This could be either really good or really bad. The thing is, if he hits himself in the range to get potions, that could be bad. But if he hits himself in a range that... Oh, he used curse again? Imagine he snaps out of confusion and one hits Genie. I don't think it's worth taking a turn to change out, especially since he could change. He could hit. So I'm gonna go with Nightshade. We'll just force a hyper potion or super potion or whatever. Why couldn't you crit? Oh, hit yourself! Hit yourself! Oh no! Genie, survive, Genie! Oh. Oh yeah, Icy Wind is a special attack. What an idiot. Oh, he's gonna heal up now though. That's a little annoying. Yeah, Icy Wind is special attack, exactly, yeah. I was getting scared for no reason. We are dumb, me and you, Diego. That's why Tofu's here. He snapped out of confusion. So, okay, we should be fine here theoretically. Okay, he didn't heal up. I thought maybe they'll heal up, but okay. Whew, that was close. That was scary. That was scary. Oh, that was great though. Doug Trio. Okay, Doug Trio. Do I want to use Seahorse against? What do you guys think? Should I use Seahorse? Imagine Seahorse dies though. Horsey, Seahorse. Jesus, I'm confusing my brain, bro. I'm gonna start calling Horsey Seahorse in the future. I mean, I thought about it, right? Using water, bubble beam. But then, never mind. Look at those stats, bro. Oh my god. No, those stats are terrible. I'm sorry. We're not gonna take a risk. We'll just skip this song. Oh. We'll just seed bomb him. No risks there. We probably could have killed Regice with chest as well. Possibly. I mean, we are very overleveled, but you never know type of thing, you know? Ooh, Blissey. Aurora. It's a beautiful song. I think Fios has double kick or something. Yeah. Blissey will have Metronome? Imagine Metronome does a one-hit KO that takes out chest. That would be actually kind of crazy. I think Seed Bomb because of stab will hit the most. Oh, it's a fairy type. Wait, is it considered a... Oh, never mind. It's dead. Let's go. Oh, it gives a lot of XP too. No. No, no. Blissey is just a normal type anyway. It's not Clefable. I'm confusing myself. Oh, get out of here, Nina. You have a freaking Regice. The bad guys are looking for a Regice. You should go to, like, fight them. Demolish them with Regice. Orgasm. That was orgasmic. Flame Charge. Yes. I don't know if anyone can learn a fire move on our team, but let's see. Oh yeah, Aurora Beam. I completely forgot about Aurora Beam. Oh my god, Seahorse could learn it. No one can learn Flame. Steel Wing, no one can learn it. Yeah, let's teach... let me just make sure that Seahorse is a... Horsey is a... Oh, his stats are really... Jesus. Really even. I didn't realize that. We got... Clefable, I think, is more attack, would be my assumption. Oh, more special attack. Okay, never mind. Clefable. Just write it. Oh, my dog is here. Caspi, what's up? He's a special attacker. I'm just gonna write it down so I don't forget. Ice is really nice though. Having an ice move. La. Aurora Beam is special, right? Yeah. Metronome is so risky, but could help us out of nowhere. Do you guys suggest keeping Metronome? Actually, I think I'll take out Sync. It has 55 accuracy. That's just terrible. By the way, you guys asked, I delivered. You want to see something really cool? I don't know. Okay. You want to see something really cool? You guys asked, I delivered. Boom. You guys see it? Isn't that cool? I put a dog cam. Oh, that's so cool. It actually works out so nicely. Isn't that cool? Oh, I'm so happy. It was so easy to do, too. It's not the best webcam, but it's pretty cool, right? Yeah. I don't know if it'll break my computer, but it should be fine. Why are you sitting so close to my pillow? Go to the side. Go. He's sitting so close to where I put my head. I don't want his butt where my head is. Yo, Well, he kind of listened. He stretched himself out. Dog, yes, dog. I don't know how editing this will be for YouTube, but he mad cute. He comes a lot. After only like 2 or 3 hours usually. I'm surprised he came this late. So there's dog cam. Should I move it a bit to the side? He's sitting in the center like an asshole on purpose, so you guys don't see him as well. But he's just gonna lie down there. It's not that interesting. Save the game. True. I should save the game. What the hangus? I save it to 2 different files now. Because, you know, I'm dumb. The funny thing is, saving doesn't do much if we just lose all our Pokemon, you know? I finally got the machine ready. Ooh, Fossil. He got his Fossil machine. Do you want to come with me to catch the SS Wake to Sabulo? Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, now we could board the thing, so that's good. To save, it's Alt 4. I'm not that dumb anymore, okay? In my opinion, you should switch to dog cam in the game stream. Get the priorities straight. I could make the dog cam completely, like, large, but... I was about to say, you want to see me give him a bean, but I probably shouldn't do that. Alright, let's buy... I'm assuming we have access to... Ooh! We do! Ultra Balls and Hyper Potions. It's just so hard to get money in this game because we spend so much balls on balls. So I'm gonna buy 5 Hyper Potions and like 12 Ultra Balls. Let's try to sell our more ball. Let's try to sell something. I guess we could sell our Great Balls. I don't know if it's smart to sell. Nah, we're gonna keep them because then it costs more to buy them than to sell them. So you know. Huh. I wonder if I could position the dog cam better so all you see is the pink and the dog. I'll try to position. Actually, no. I don't think I can, because then if I move my computer by accident, it just gets annoying. Buy Super Potions, you have like 2 left. Yeah, I just thought I would go with Hyper Potions now, but I think you're right. Buy like 5. Because we'll be grinding, usually, for our other guys. Seahorse is final level 30, which is really impressive. We're gonna get her to evolve right now. Arcan Hills. Are the ducks gone? The ducks are not gone. Just gonna get her to evolve here. Wow, they're level 4. Never mind, maybe not here. How many gyms do we have now? Oh. I didn't know I could save like that. It didn't really work. Alright, let's see. Dog moved. True. He's looking for the perfect spot. You know? We only have 3 badges? Jesus, this game is insane. 3 badges and we already have hyper potions. I bet you like the Elite 4 is like level hundreds or something. Don't tell me, I don't want it to be spoiled, but like it seems like it's that way. It's going that way. We get a rod somewhere. I don't remember where. Once we get access to a rod, I should probably fish for a Pokemon there. Why are you only a level 5? Can I have higher... Oh. We haven't versed them. We actually haven't... You know what? Let's verse you. Wait, what? We never versed you? Maybe we did. I don't know. So cute. Yeah, my dog is... Now you can see his butt. Oh, Chansey would have been cool to get. Doesn't he have a nice butt? Oh, this is gonna take forever to train. No, it isn't. It's not gonna take that long. It's only 2 levels we need, so... Just spam Bubble Beam. I think we have access to level 10 Pokemon, though. That might be slightly better. I just Bubble Beamed a Wailmer. Wailmer. What? What? You wanted me to train my Pokemon, no? Or the butt comment is a... Yeah, you just see his butt now, no? Oh, there are no duplicates too, so if I ran into a Haunter as a new Pokemon, that would kind of suck. The butt comment? Oh, okay. You know how weird I am sometimes. Okay, so we came here to get access to... Oh, I think we have to verse this guy. Yeah. What the hell is wrong with you? You're a freaking sailor. Why do you have a Registeel? Jesus Christ. Oh, I just wanted to see how it would look without the dog cam. I guess my dog will be in the YouTube videos too. Oh my god. Like, why? Oh yeah, explosion doesn't affect Genie. I keep forgetting that. Thank you guys, thank you. Oh, he used Bulldoze. What is stupid? Hit your... Oh, he has Metal Claw. Oh. He's kind of a high level as well. I'm gonna spite your Metal Claw. Haha. 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 Loser. They have freaking all the Reggies. Jesus Christ. Let's go to Sabulo Island. Oh my god. Yep, good emote. Okay, here we could catch another new Pokemon. It's pretty cool. I'm back and you should check the Komi Can't Communicate manga. I don't really read manga though. Is there an anime for it? Alright, new Pokemon, Sabulo Cross. Sabulo Cross. What will we catch? What are we catching? I forgot to change the background. A Cyndaquil, yes! Oh my god, that's beautiful! Wait, that's actually great. Let me change my background. It's orgasmic. Will I kill him with... I would probably kill him with Bubble Beam, right? And Twister. Who do I change into? Change into Genius. Kulava's my favorite Pokemon? Oh, that's awesome then. Hopefully I don't kill him. I'm gonna confuse Raya. Hit yourself a couple of times, you'll be fine. You know what? We're gonna get lucky. I can feel it in my bones. We're gonna get lucky. Oh, never mind. That was dumb. That's right. Hit yourself, bro. You're a loser. This was actually really dumb. I just don't know which Pokemon to use against him without... Because I don't have any fire moves, obviously. It would have been cool if that worked. I know, right? I could change him to Turkey, because fire won't do much to him. And then Rock Smash? I could probably Rock Smash. I'm a lower level, so I probably wouldn't do much. Or I might kill him. Because obviously Rock is super effective. You might kill him. Do not Rock Smash? Yeah. I'm not. I don't know what to do. Well, just decrease his attack so it's not as scary. Okay. Oh, you burned me? Oh my god. Well, I can't do anything with Turkey anyway. We'll switch back into Genie here. We could slowly whit away his health with Confuse Ray. Obviously, Fios might actually die if I take him out. I could take out Fairy and use Charming Cry. That might work. You think it survives Nightshade? I don't know. It's not even evolved. That's the thing, you know? That's what I'm worried about. I'm going to try to Confuse Ray it. I don't want to risk that. Burn makes you do less damage. It's only 26 damage. It definitely has more than 26 HP. It is a level 25. Oh, you're so smart. I'm an idiot. Wait, that actually is smart. I should Nightshade. Heal Gengar? Nah, he's fine. I don't want to waste a heal on him. All Cyndaquil has is Ember, so I think. And I made his attack really low if he has a attack thingy. Colin can't communicate as an anime adaptation. Oh, okay. Yeah, they have an anime. Oh, so maybe I'll watch it. I hope it doesn't crit. Even with a crit, I don't think Ember would kill. I'll just use Spite. I'll just wait for it to hit himself. There we go. Okay, now it's looking a little scary. I will go into Seahorse. You know what? He's a level 25. Okay, we got Ultra Balls. Okay, I'm an idiot. I probably should have Nightshaded. I think you were right, Tofu. But it's too late for that, maybe. He snapped out of confusion. Oh, I forgot he has Flame Wheel. Oh. You guys think Twister would kill that? Twister does 40, I'm pretty sure. If we look at Horsey, though, Horsey's stats are really bad. Like, abysmally bad. Twister is a physical move? Twister... I don't like this website. This website does not tell you the information you want very easily. I'll just look at what you guys say and assume it's right. I think it survives Twister. You don't think so? Let me just smoke screen. How does he not... Okay. Really? Okay. So if Twister... He used a bunch of defense curls. So Twister... Special or physical? If it's physical, we should be fine here. Twister is a special move. Yeah, Twister's special. Alright. I'm gonna try another... I'm gonna try Great Ball this time. Come on, Great Ball. You can do it. Oh, he... Oh! Okay. Let's heal up Gengar and get him to hit himself a couple more times. I've lost too many beast Pokemon by being dumb. So, we're gonna Super Potion here. I don't want to risk the Twister, I'm sorry. Use a regular Pokemon and use Hypnosis. Yes. Oh, I almost ran by accident. He used Defense Curl, okay. I don't have Hypnosis anymore, I forgot. I took it out, because it doesn't have much accuracy. I think that's why I took it out. Why did I take it out? For Sucker Punch, maybe. Okay, he's in yellow. Really? Hit yourself. There you go. Hit yourself. Yes. Listen, I'll take the long way as long as it works. Yes. You loser. Stop snapping out of confusion. Come on. I don't want to waste my balls either. You burnt me? It's good I bought one of each. I should have, You gotta be kidding me. Nowhere? Nothing? Oh, here it is. I was like, bro. Stop embering me. Hit yourself, bro. There you go. Okay. Let's try to catch him. You're so blind, you do have a burn, yeah. Yeah. Ultra Ball. Well, you're so bad at spelling, you couldn't spell blind. Oh, come on. Why is it easier to... Why does a Great Ball do better than an Ultra Ball? Oh. Oh. Let's go. Yes. We got Cynical, baby. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Hell yeah. Okay. We're gonna name him Tofu in honor of Tofu. Since Tofu's favorite Pokemon is Quilava. If you don't mind. If you do mind, it's just like... It's just a Pokemon. I just like Tofu, so I named it Tofu. Replace? I don't know. You see, this is why I didn't train everyone. This is the reason. Look at him licking himself. What a good boy. He's like, what? Oh, level 25. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. You don't need to cry. Who do we replace here, though? I really like keeping Horsia, Chestnut, Gengar. It's gonna be between it's gonna be between Turkey and Fairy, like for sure. I don't like either of them. Let me just think a little bit. Replace the T-Rex guy, I think? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. T-Rex guy has, I mean, she has Ice and Fairy. T-Rex guy has Rock Smash, though. And Stealth Rock. Stealth Rock is pretty cool. But, I mean, this is not competitive, so... do we have any other rock moves here? Yeah, we don't have rock moves. I mean... yeah, Fairy might come in handy, true. Wrong button. The other thing I want to check, actually, is I want to check... I'm feeling pretty happy about this team. I want to check... Oh, if any of them could learn Rock Smash. Or, Rock Tomb, rather. Chestnut could learn Rock Tomb. Choose a Pokemon on the stream UI. Yeah, I'm gonna, but first I wanna make sure. Yeah, we'll keep Fairy. We'll keep you Fairy. We'll keep you Fairy. I wanna find the move remover already, though. Let me see. Move remover, Pokemon, Gaia, town. Move deleter, rather. Because I don't want cut on him. It's annoying already. I'm such an idiot. I forgot, in this ROM, because it's a ROM hack, I think I tested this out too before. I think I could literally replace cut. Oh, never mind. I'm not an idiot. Imagine I get a really good fairy type. I know, right? That's the problem about like leveling everyone up so much. That's why I just told myself we're keeping Chest because he's our starter for sure, you know? Let's get Seahorse. Yeah, let's get Seahorse. Let's get Seahorse to level. Let's get Seahorse to evolve. Tofu has to stay though. Of course. If he survives, you know, that's even better. We still do have cut, so we could use that here. Altaria. We already have Altaria. Why is this? Oh, there's another tree. Oh no, lady Eddie. She versus you, I'm pretty sure. So, Shaman's not that good, but I mean, he's a freaking Shaman. We're gonna run away because I don't know if he has a grass move. Sylvia. There's some cool Pokemon in this area. Seahorse, you are not ready to... No. Seahorse, no. You cannot train. You're terrible. You're actually trash. Mythical, I know, right? I think everyone is max trainable right now except Fairy. You think so? Fios doesn't seem that good, but it's a freaking legendary, so yeah, maybe. Maybe we'll just continue what we're doing and just train in this grass, because at least these Pokemon are higher levels. Oh, another Cynical. I just don't want chest to go up way too much, you know? Oh, a Larvitar. I actually like that we got a Cyndaquil, though. For two reasons. One, because Tofu really likes it. And two, because I really wanted a fire type. And having a starter is just so cool. And a randomizer to have starter, like 2 starters, it just feels cool, you know? Sylveon's a bit annoying. Bidoof. Yo, if we got a Bidoof, that actually wouldn't be too bad because of HM slaving. I love how Seed... Tofu's evolving! Stop licking yourself, bro. Tofu's favorite Pokemon now. Quilava. Wait, I had the experience share on Tofu? I didn't even realize that. Alright, we don't need that. We'll give it to... I was trying to evolve Seahorse first, but... Hell yeah. Perfect form. Yeah, I'm not gonna evolve him any further, don't worry. Just kidding. I will. I'm sorry. Ooh! Oh, Brine is great! Brine is a great move. Bye, Bubble Beam. Technically, I could have gotten rid of something else, but... Oh, I could train against... I could use Seahorse to train against some of the Pokemon here as well. Jesus, can you not use a flying move? I prefer Typhlosion, same. Quilava looks like a teenager. Oh! I should change the Pokemon on the overlay now. I'm bad. Sticking in no side. See, we still got Horsey. We only changed 1 Pokemon, actually. That's pretty cool. I like having the same group of people for a while. Look at him. He looks like a... Like he's too cool for school. Sweet Eddie, my love, Eddie. Oh, come on, Shaman. You're so annoying. Bruh. Stop magical leafing me. There you go. Seahorse needs to evolve. Seahorse needs to evolve. That's it. Once Seahorse evolve, I'm like spamming the Z button on my keyboard. Chestnut is just growing freaking insanely strong. You don't need bulk up. Come on. Come on. Oh, wrong move. But, you know, it's fine. Yes! Seahorse, you're evolving, finally! Let's go! Oh, it's about time, bro. It's about time. How much better is Seadra, though? Ooh, Seadra has terrible HP and special defense. I need a dragon, I'm such an idiot. Guys, I'm an idiot. Did you guys read that? Oh my god. I can't trade him. Oh, I just evolved him for no reason. Oh, whatever. I was getting so excited. I thought he evolves with a King's Rock. Was I wrong? Oh, What is the song that's playing right now? Because I hear it a lot. Exclamation point song and you'll see. I don't remember. And Gaia, they don't evolve by trade. Oh, hell yeah. Thank you for telling me. I would have stopped using it. Or looked it up, probably. Omega, what's up? It has been a long time. How are you, bro? How's life, man? How is everything? You need to find an item called the Regal Stone. Wait, I might have a Regal Stone. Because I picked up some Regal stuff. You ever went to Regal Theaters? I don't know if that exists wherever you guys live, but, you know. Well, I know where some of you guys live, but... Regal Stone. Oh. Oh, I don't have it. Yeah, I don't have it. It's been a long time without the notes in your mouth. I was waiting for you. I was like, he can't say anything. He can't say anything, but you got it. Good, my boy. Good to hear, man. Good to hear. How's your boy doing? Because I haven't seen him around either. I haven't seen both of you guys in a while. But to be fair, I haven't been streaming this late in a while. And haven't been streaming Call of Duty and stuff. Oh yeah, it's Kuze Diamond. Alright, here we're gonna train up. Oh, I'm actually happy that Seahorse evolved. Okay, now that I know it's actually good. We're gonna train up we gotta train up everyone else. Let's take the experience share. Come on, bro. We need to give our boy, okay? We need to give our freaking boy Fios, okay? We'll give you leftovers because you're gonna need it. We'll give you... What does this do? Heals all the status Pokemon? Oh. Yeah, I guess that's it. Oh, Eviolite. I wanted to give you an Eviolite. Because your defense sucks. There we go. My babe external. External's your babe? I'm just joking. Nah, external is here. He might be here right now, actually. He was what's it called? Oh! Did I just get a grass knot? Oh, that's pretty cool. He was here earlier. He still comes around. But I miss you and him interacting together on stream. It's funny. When you say stuff and he's like, stop it. Hey, we got Twisted Spoon. That's useful as well. I caught him lacking eating a corn dog. What's wrong with a corn dog? What is wrong with corn dog? By the way, if you guys are tired of this music, you could put your you could song request some music. We don't have access to this yet. I know what we have to do next. I kind of don't want to move on unless I train everyone first. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Oh, wait, did I write it down that I caught a Pokemon in the Sabalo Cross? Oh, I did. I'm pretty sure I did. I did. Okay, good. Na 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 na. We'll train Tofu here a bit. Oh, it's so scary to train him, actually. I don't want to train him. Do we just do the old chestnut to experience share strat? Yeah, let's just do that. So I don't have to think. I could just keep going. Move! That guy keeps getting in my way. How does a Mudshot not kill you? Bidoof. Bye, Cyndaquil. There we go. So far we have it on Fios. We gotta bring Fios a bit. Do that. Go the safe route. It's okay. We're gonna do a shiny lock soon. This is supposed to be the chill, just chilling Nuzlocke, so I don't feel bad, yeah. Don't feel bad, man. Also, I'm learning. Ugh. I'm learning stuff because I'm dumb. I forgot Sylveon is actually strong on our chest boy. Make conversation, guys, so Ping doesn't get bored training. I didn't want to say it, but nah, you don't have to. But you know. I mean, it would be nice. But, I don't want to push people that are lurking to conversate. Did I just kill him with Cut? Also, it is a bug type. Cut is actually bug type in this game. That's so weird. I thought it was a joke. Did he really just burn me? He just burned me. Well, we streamed quite a bit today. So we might end stream soon. Or go to I think Tofu, you were mentioning earlier to play, what's it called? Oh, I ran into this trainer by accident. Oh, it's fine. It's literally like versing one of these random people. Random wild Pokemon. You're talking about playing against each other on Pokemon. What's it called? What's the game called? Pokemon Showdown. Did he just roll out me? What a fascist. Let's cut. Cut kills Shaman. Oh, good to know. Because he's grass and bug beats grass, right? Cut takes out Bidoof too. Shadow Claw is just insanely powerful. Mudshot is really good though. I'm happy we got Mudshot. I mean, it's not really good, but it's a pretty good, oops, wrong move. Pretty good move to have. Showdown, yes, Showdown. Oh, Cut did not do as much as I thought it would. Yeah, since you mentioned it, and it's your first time on stream, we'll do some Showdown. That counts as community game and Pokemon, so it's cool. We'll do some Showdown, and then I'll... Why am I using the bug move again? And then I'll call it a night, and we'll be back tomorrow. First, I do want to train them a bit more, though. Okay, chest is level 40 frickin' 6. Jesus Christ. Dragon Rage. Ugh, that's a bit of a scary move. Also, I haven't played Showdown in a while, I suppose. I'm gonna get owned, though. Alright, let's go Mudshot. What do I want to train to? Tofu's level 26, which is actually really impressive. Let's take it. We'll give it to Fios. Because Fios is a Pokemon we pretty much know we're gonna train, right? Wait, what? Didn't I... Where's the experience share? Am I blind, guys? The experience share is on Fios. Guys, I think I'm tired. I think I'm tired. Oh, yeah, it is on Fios. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. He's level 20. He's almost level 26. Once he's level 26, I might train Fairy. Yeah, my IQ should go down for that one. Ooh. Right on this... Oh, I don't... Nope. Don't want no helping hands. Bye, Sylveon. Let's see. Fios, just level up, bro. One more level, and then we'll play some Showdown. When Fios goes up one more level. I want to do a Nuzlocke where I can't train in the wild as well. I think that would be interesting. So Shiny Lock, and then that. When the new game comes out, though, I don't know if I want to just play it normally or do some sort of Nuzlocke around it. We might do a Nuzlocke around it. I don't want to do a crazy Nuzlocke, though. Are you serious? Shadow Claw didn't kill you? Oh. Imagine Burn hurt you outside of, thingy. Hey, what's up, Sai? I am still alive. What, do you want me to go off? Fine, I'll go off. It's just... we're still alive in this route, and then, like, Tofu's here, you know, and, Tony came, and, like, new peeps. I like to stay around a little longer when new people come by. Because it's good vibes. But also, yeah, we're just doing really good in this run. For the future, by the way, I would like to stream for 5 hours a day. That's my objective for the future. Once I get bigger, if I get bigger on YouTube and stuff. When I say bigger, it's like, because if I can make it my job, then I'll definitely be streaming more, obviously. But yeah. Plus, there's a lot of... I've been conversating with people, so that's also been pretty nice. I'm doing homework right now. Oh. Is this the best run? No, not yet. Our best run, we were able to beat... We passed this area. I'm just training a lot, because we passed that area because we had Killer. We had a freaking legendary, you know? That just carried us through everything. Now we have Chestnut that kind of carries us through everything, but he's not a legendary and he has a lot of weaknesses, so gotta train everyone else up, you know? The furthest we got last time, we got to the swamp area. I think a little past the swamp area. We'll get there tomorrow, I'm sure. Oh, I read that. Oh, Sai is doing homework and Toby's doing homework, lol. Same. I didn't do anything in all week. Damn, y'all gotta get your homework done. Come on. Well, I could say that because I'm not in school anymore. Probably hate when people say that. Yep, this is your favorite song right here. Is it your favorite song, Diego? In the dark. Jesus, level 48 now. Oh, you see, this is what I was hoping wouldn't happen. I want to replace Cut with Body Slam, but I'm kind of screwed. I guess you're not gonna learn Body Slam because we still have Cut. It's fine though. Literally every after class I get homework. That's like a ton. Oh, that sucks. It's priority. It's not your favorite song? Oh, okay. That sucks. Maybe in the Philippines they just... You guys are just built different, you know? Oh my god, he's level 28 already? I didn't even realize. Alright, let's take your experience share. I know I said I would do Showdown, but I think everyone's doing homework, so... I'll just train Fairy a bit. Yeah, I don't think we'll do Showdown today. I think we might do it tomorrow. Showdown / community games, because tomorrow is the last stream until the weekend, because we don't stream Friday. So, yeah. Maybe I start streaming Friday. It's cool that we have a bug type, though, I guess. Bug type move. It's useful against Shaman. Well, maybe it's not so bad we have Cut. Most of it is math. Oh. It's 2:08 a.m. right now. What time is it for you, Nico? Cartesian coordinate system. I'm finding the slope-intercept forms. That sounds very nerdy and cool. Yeah, I don't know. Wake up slap. Ooh. This does 70 damage? Jesus. Fairy is a special attacker, though. Having a fighting move, we already have we have Rock Smash. That's not really powerful. It does more on a... Oh, we could... we don't have the... Damn it, I took away his sleeping move. And we don't have Hypnosis anymore. That would have been good. It does big damage on a sleeping foe. So we could have... Oh, that would have been good. In this case, we could replace Metronome, obviously, but Metronome's kind of fun. We could get rid of Sweet Kiss. I think we'll just keep it. We just won't teach it to her. The Starry Night. Y equals MX plus B type beat. Yep. I remember doing that stuff. I actually liked doing that stuff because I was good at it. Like I was good at math, as I said before, math and English. But yeah, 2 grass types. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, he's a legendary. Actually, more specifically, 2 grass fighting types. I just realized that. That's kind of crazy. I literally just realized that. So they die to the same exact stuff. Probably not the best thing. Probably get rid of Chestnut is the best idea. But he was our starter, and the other one's a legendary. We might actually end up getting rid of Verizon Fios, if anything, but... Okay, he's almost level frickin' 50, bro. I think I could actually just move on here. I feel like I'm cheating the game, like... he's a level 50. He's almost a level frickin' 50, bro. I'm about to beat the whole game right now in 3 seconds. Oh my god. You like math a lot? Yeah, me too. I'm really good at math and English, but I don't enjoy English because I don't learn anything now. That's fair. It's super easy. That's cool that a lot of us have... Maybe like people who like math and English more are more analytical or more something. Maybe that's why like we're all chilling right now. I don't know. Watch Tofu be like, I hate math. I love science. And I'm like, okay, my hypothesis is wrong. Out of sight, out of sight, now hold me tight, I hold me tight. The song is so cool because it's English and Japanese at the same time. Walk around the world, and I gotcha. Like, that's Japanese, and I gotcha is also English. Like, oh, that's so cool. Oh, you love math and science. Ew, except physics. I like science. I'm just not good at it. I should say that to be more specific. Na, 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 na. Okay, once he reaches level frickin' 50, I'm done with this, okay? We have insane levels. And I'm just hoping that we don't catch another Pokemon, because we just... Ooh, Minimize is actually good. Minimize is good. We could Sweet Kiss into Minimize. I like it having Aurora Beam, but I like it having a Fairy type move. Charming Cry is not strong. You know what? Let's take out Metronome. I think it's time to take out Metronome. Yeah, remove Metronome. Yeah, it's good I did. I'm happy you agreed. Hey, what's up, Chris? I don't go to sleep at this time regardless. I would be eating right now while watching YouTube, okay? If I wasn't streaming. I stream like at... I go to sleep like at 4 a.m. usually, so... Why did I shadow... But what's up, Chris? Love is a strong word, so probably like... Oh, okay. Science is good except for the memory... Yes, I agree. I don't like memorization in general because I'm not good at it. That's why I did bad. I took a psychology class in college, and the professor... The professor made me like... made us memorize all these psychology terms, and I got an A- in the class because I just... I mean... It's one of my worst classes because of that. Because I'm so bad with the memorization. But she was so nice. I was like, oh, am I getting an A-? You think I could get an A? And she's like, maybe. And I think she ended up giving me an A actually, which is kind of messed up, but she liked me. I was a teacher's pet a little bit. Anyway, we got everyone to level 26. I'm gonna take the experience share. And just give it to Tofu, because I want Tofu to do some work. And to level up. But yeah, college story. I'm going to sleep in a few minutes. Oh, nice. I'm good at memorization, I just think a lot. Maybe. I do definitely overthink things. But I don't think I'm good at memorization, to be honest. But, I don't know. Sometimes people around you know better than you know, you know? And Chris is a person around me, so... I'll take your word for it. Like me? Yeah. You're interesting on certain things. Chris, Go Trex Man, for anyone who doesn't know. He's level 50, Jesus. He's not 50, but I met him in Japan. We're both teachers in Japan. Miss you though. It's been a year since I saw him. Okay, our team is insane now, okay? This is insane. So, I kind of want to just beat the game right now. Oh, I don't know if that counts. Okay. I don't think Sabalo Tower actually, surprisingly enough, Sabalo Tower doesn't have any wild Pokemon. But yeah. Let's make it a 5-hour stream. How about that? So, in 10 minutes, I'll end stream. Oh my god, a Cresselia? This is why we level you up to level 50. This is why. Fennekin. Okay, let's try to use someone else. Oh, Fennekin. I misread that. I read that as the grass Pokemon for some reason. Let's just go with Brian here. Sudowoodo. Sudowoodo actually dies to water, right? Yeah. Let's go. Okay, this is a great... Oh, jelly bean. You already got 1,000 points. Nice. Thank you for the jelly bean. I already had like 6 jelly beans today. Ew, this is the green one. You like the dog cam, Chris? He's just sleep. Ugh. He's just sleeping right now, but. Scizor. Scizor dies to fire, right? Ooh, he used agility. Oh, he used slash. That could have been bad. But it makes it more interesting playing like this. I want to change to Tofu, but he's injured, so we'll just go to chest. You just noticed? Yeah, because he's like in the corner. He's like next to my pillow, whereas... Ugh, he's so smelly too. I give him showers, but... It's cold now, so I don't give him as many showers. And he gets smelly in like 3 days. Sorry if I don't talk much right now. I'm doing the work of the whole week. No worries, bro. Get your homework done. Last hour? Nah, last 10 minutes. Last 10 minutes. Well, we'll stream a bit more tomorrow. Really? He endured? Ooh, Tofu's level 29. Flareon. Yes! Yes! Keep giving me type effectiveness, please. Zapdos? Why did I use Mudshot? He's literally in the air. Can you stop being paralyzed? Oh my god. All things in moderation, you know what I mean? Oh, this is why you train more than one guy, guys. Stop detecting. Oh my god, Shadow Cloak killed in one hit too. Jesus. It looks like a yoga bed. Yeah. That's literally my bed, though. It was a sofa bed. And then my friend broke the... It was on a stand. My friend broke the stand when I was getting my hair dyed. And, Jesus, this chicken hat is actually doing us well. What kills... Yeah, and then I just put it on the floor, and I prefer it on the floor, obviously. Wait, rock... Rock kills him, ground kills him, and water kills him. So I should be fine against Curlia. Ugh, Calm Mind is a scary move. Alright. Oh, I should have gone back to heal. I'm an idiot. Oh, he's a big bear. Oh. Icy Wind. Yeah, okay. I was just scared to see that. Oh, he's level 30. Let's go. Grimer weakness. Psychic and ground. We need Genie to get some work in here. Oh, wait, you don't have psychic moves. Alright, just hit yourself. Okay, good. Let's get chest out here. And Mudshot. Okay. Tyrogue. Tyrogue is a fighting guy. Fighting dice to ice, rock, and stuff like that. We'll just keep you out. Stop being paralyzed. There we go. Meryl. Fios, do some... Oh, I thought it said Meryl. It said Patililo? Let's go. I don't even need to think of the move with Chestnut. Wanna become famous? I am streaming tomorrow, yeah. I stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday. That's the plan. Weekends are a bit tricky, but definitely Monday to Thursday is a thing. Which, I mean, obviously, it depends where you live, but Monday to Thursday. And technically, it's past midnight, so tomorrow I'm not streaming because it's Friday, but yeah. I have a stream schedule on Twitch and on
Monkey do bad. Monkey do very bad.
A monkey do very, very bad, bro. I can't believe I lost him. I'm a loser. Genie, he was the second one to join the team. Nah, I'm out, guys. I'm out. I'm terrible. I shouldn't be a Pokemon trainer. They should revoke my Pokemon-ness. Should I actually end the stream here? It would be kind of funny. We hit the 5-hour mark too. Good night, guys. I can't do this. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good luck with your homework. And goodbye.